Right, good morning to everybody. Time is now 9:30, so we'll resume the inquiry with day 4 session. I don't know that we've got any new faces in here, but I don't think we do, but of course you know who I am. I'm Helen Harkenhull, Planning Inspector and Chartered Town Planner, appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry into the appeal made by Brandon Estates Limited for the demolition of the existing buildings and outline application for residential development at the Coventry or Brandon Stadium on Rugby Road near Coventry. So the usual housekeeping matters before we start this morning. Mobile phones, can you turn them on to silent please, or turn them off completely? As well as any notifications on laptops, can you turn those on silent as well please, if you're able to? I don't think there's anybody here to record or film the event. The press aren't here today, so I think that's fine. Fire evacuation procedure, as every day, I don't believe there is a fire drill today. So if the alarm sounds, we then have to leave the premises by going down the main staircase, out the main doors of the town hall, and then into the park. And then an officer of the council will give us instructions when it's safe to come back into the building. So, outstanding matters from previous sessions. Just to say that I have received the NHS Trust statement this morning. I have seen that. I haven't read it yet, but I have got it, just to confirm that. The affordable housing statement, I understand that has gone to the appellant for them to have a look at.
Yes, and it's been agreed, I think,
Excellent.
and is being printed, and you'll have it to take away with you.
All right, thank you very much. Can you also send an electronic version through to the case officer as well, just for our records? Thank you. Yeah, good. The other thing, just to pick up on, is programme for next week, so everyone knows who needs to come when.
Yes, and we have got an agreed version. Right. I've got a copy here. Perhaps you could take that with you over the coffee mid-morning break,
Certainly,
and then we could have a discussion about it once you've...
Yeah, no problem, thank you. Thank you. Right, yeah, I'll have a look at that in the break. I'll come back to you on that. Right, anything from any other party before we start this morning? No? Okay, good, excellent. So yesterday we heard from Mr. Eadie, and it is now the turn of the council and the Rule 6 party to undertake their cross-examination. So first of all, we're going to have Mr. Richards for the council. Thank you, Mr. Richards.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Eadie, would you like to put your... Good, I see you've gone up in the world overnight.
How kind of you.
Good. As I understand it, KKP and yourself got involved at or about the time of the appeal. Is that fair? When did you get involved? When did you take over from Framptons in terms of these matters?
I don't know when other parties were involved. We were involved in 2020.
2020. Okay, and your evidence covers two matters. It covers the future of the stadium for speedway or stock car racing, or both, and it also covers the need for the 3G pitch.
Correct.
Yeah. You are aware that our inspector has identified a series of main issues that the inquiry is looking at. Were you aware of that?
I'm certainly getting more aware of it.
Okay, and one of her main issues, the second, is whether the stadium is surplus to requirements having regard to national and local planning policies. And that's a matter to which your evidence goes, isn't it?
Appreciate that, yep.
We also have a main issue as to whether it is financially viable to reinstate the Speedway Stadium, and your evidence goes to that issue as well, doesn't it?
It does.
And then lastly, we also have a main issue as to whether there is an identified need for the 3G proposal.
Correct.
And your evidence goes to that main issue. And then I think you touch on the balance between the 3G, the need for 3G and the the loss of the Speedway in terms of participation.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Well, I'm going to deal with matters under the headings of the inspector's main issues, not least to help my note-taking, but probably to help hers. Do you see? So the second main issue is to whether or not the stadium is surplus to requirements. And those words, surplus to requirements, you'll recognise immediately as coming from paragraph 99 of the MPPF.
Yes.
And can we agree that paragraph 99 of the MPPF is the appropriate paragraph against which to consider this proposal?
Yes, alongside the Spoilington guidance that interprets it.
Yeah. So paragraph 99 is where we ought to be in terms of national policy. Now, there is an issue between us as to the appropriate guidance. In effect, is ANOG relevant to the consideration of the need for speedway and stock car racing? Mm-hmm. And as I understand your position, you say, no, it's not. Because ANOG is all about participation and not spectating.
Correct.
Right. It's always helpful when I've understood the evidence correctly. Okay. Spectating is some people describe as being a tribal event. Have you heard that sort of description?
Yes.
Because the community feels both a sense of belonging to the stadium and the stadium belonging to their tribe or being the home of their tribe, doesn't it? Yes.
That's what you're saying, yes.
Say verbally rather than nodding your head, please, if you don't mind.
That would certainly be true of certain spectating.
Yeah. And then also, as well as a sense of attachment to the venue, the community has a sense of attachment to the team.
Yes.
And such is the vagaries of modern sport, that sometimes the team is in different ownership or control to the venue.
Yes.
Yeah. And sometimes the team can get into financial trouble.
Yes.
And sometimes even the team can collapse because of financial difficulties and cease to exist as a legal entity.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that the venue becomes surplus to requirements automatically, does it?
No.
Now, I noticed from the front of your proof of evidence that your offices are in Bury.
You're correct, yes.
Yeah. And just 0.7 of a mile, according to Google, down the A56 in a southerly, southwards direction from your offices is Gig Lane.
Yes.
Have you ever been to Gig Lane, Mr. Eady?
I have.
Are you a fan of Bury Football Club?
No, I'm not.
Oh, right.
I went for the fireworks.
I had the word Alleluia written in my notes, but I won't be able to use that now. But you know, don't you, that Bury Football Club, established in 1885, FA Cup winners in 1900 and 1903, got into difficulty as a result of financial mismanagement, and in November 2020, went into administration, and the team ceased to exist.
Correct.
Yeah. And a group of local people formed a Phoenix Club.
They did.
And another group of local people formed an organisation to try to acquire the stadium.
They did.
And they were assisted by a Bury lad who, like Dick Whittington, had left home and gone and made his fortune in California. And he put up over £1 million to the community to help them acquire the stadium, didn't he?
I don't know, actually. But
Yeah. He wasn't a fruit and veg man from Preston. But it's the same sort of approach, isn't it?
in terms of the stadium, yes.
Yeah. And then eventually 1,000 people, local people, were paying £5 a month. Were you one of those local people paying £5 a month, Mr. Eady?
No.
No. And after a full start, the local group who had control of the team name and were playing the football in the 9th tier of the English League mended their differences with the group of local people who got hold of the stadium, and in June 2023, the first football match for the Phoenix Club was held at Gig Lane, wasn't it?
As I understand it.
Yeah. So that just shows what can happen when a team gets into trouble and individuals and the community come together and the stars align, and where once housing developers might have been circling around Gig Lane, fortunately, Gig Lane was not declared surplus to requirements and is now in seeing football being played again. And that's the story of Gig Lane, isn't it?
No housing developers. But
No. Is Brandon Stadium surplus to the requirements of Save Coventry Speedway and Stocks campaign group, in your view?
yes, it is. Because the Bury example that you quote very eloquently has nothing to do with ANOC.
No. If we're going to decide whether a stadium or a venue is surplus to requirements, it must be surplus to somebody's requirements, either an identified group or a hypothetical group. Yeah? In this case, we have an identified group, don't we? Save Coventry Speedway. Is it your case that Brandon Stadium is surplus to their requirements?
It's our case that Brandon Stadium is not going to be viable.
Ah,
And there is the demand case, limited, although the evidence is limited, the demand case is poor.
yeah, okay.
So could you speak into the mic? Could you lean-
Yeah, I think what you have to, you're so relaxed, Mr.
I
Eady,
know,
which
I
is
beg
good
your
to
pardon.
see in the witness box.
I wish I was relaxed. Yes.
No, I'm really sorry. I need to hear. It's very difficult. You've moved back, which makes it even worse from the front. Could you please, I don't mind if you shout into the thing, but I'd like to hear, because writing down, I don't want to miss what you're saying. So
Okay.
please keep your voice up.
Yes. Now, the way our inspector has broken things up is to ask two questions. Mm-hmm. Firstly, whether or not the stadium is surplus to requirements, and then separately, whether reinstating, or as I said in opening, reusing the stadium is going to be viable. Mm-hmm. Now, let me put this to you. It may help simplify things. Your case, I think, is to say that whatever anybody's requirements might be, whatever anybody's desires might be, whether it's Save Coventry Speedway or some other hypothetical test, as to whether or not it's surplus to requirements, that doesn't matter because it's just not viable. Now, is that a fair synopsis of your case?
Our case is that, according to ANOG, which you've referenced frequently and your colleagues have referenced frequently, it's surplus to requirement because the demand for the sport is declining.
Right, okay. So, two elements then. So your paragraph 99A case is based on that decline in demand for the sport. Mm-hmm. But your message to the inspector is, but it really doesn't matter if the demand for the sport is declining or not, because it's also not viable, because it would simply cost too much to do.
Yes, although they're two separate issues, they
Yes.
are interlinked. Need and viability are interlinked. Demand and viability, I should say.
Okay. But they're separate, aren't they, for the purposes of paragraph 99A of the framework?
I need to get it up in front.
Yeah, well, now the other thing I forgot to tell you, but I will remind you now because you've reminded me, is that you're in the fortunate position is that if I ask you questions that you think are much more suitable for Mr. Hooper to be asked, you can slope your shoulders. Right. And that might include interpreting national planning policy. And if you slope your shoulders and say, ask Mr. Hooper, that's what I'll do. He won't be able to because he's last in the queue.
Well, I think the point we've reached is one where you probably should refer to Mr. Hooper.
Okay. All right. But your 99A case is based on the general decline in the demand for Speedway.
Yes, on the available data.
Yeah.
Yes.
But do you also say there is no local demand for it in the shape of SCS? Or is that where your viability case comes in?
No, there is no evidence local demand in the same way. There is no evidence local demand.
Okay.
The general trends in Speedway, attendances, revenues, teams, are all downwards. There is no further evidence. So therefore, we therefore based our case on the available evidence.
Yeah. Well, my own friend Mr. Humphreys is going to deal with that with you because we've had a discussion and we're not going to duplicate.
Helpful. I was wondering that actually, because I
Yeah.
thought Mr. Humphreys might be duplicating some of your cross-examination, but that's helpful if you've had a discussion.
I haven't heard what's going to be said. I will form my case just as my own friend's case entirely separate.
No, absolutely, but I just was just trying to avoid duplication. That's all.
Yeah.
Now, the way that the paragraph 99A case emerged was that it began with the assessment by Framptons. That's right, isn't it, that we've seen?
As I understand it,
Yeah. That was then subject to a critique by White Young Green, the so-called independent report.
Yeah.
And then you took over, KKP entered the scene. And the KKP document, as I understand it, is the core document 3.2, Speedway Viability Appraisal.
Yeah.
And that looks at the strategic context in the context of the NPPF and the local plan and the White Young Green report. Then it looks at the history of Brandon Stadium and the Coventry Bees. And then it looks at the fixtures. And then it looks in part 4 at national trends. And then it moves into viability. Yeah. So, you say that ANOG is not relevant.
I think the key point in ANOG is it relates to Sport England's 12 principles, and they include recognise and give significant weight to the benefits of sport and physical activity.
Can you try and speak up again? Sorry.
You'll have to come. You may need cushions behind you.
I really do. I really do. Okay, so ANOG is based on Sport England's 12 planning for sport principles, one of which is, or number one of which, the overarching principle is to recognise and give significant weight to the benefits of sport and physical activity.
Yes.
Sport and physical activity is the overriding theme all the way through. Physical activity. Plan, design and maintain buildings, development facilities, land and environments that enable people to lead active lifestyles. Promote and protect and promote, blah, blah, blah. So, sport, physical activity, active lifestyles.
Okay. So, how do, if we're not involved, if we're involved in a case, as we are here, where the value to the community is as a venue for spectators watching sport, to which paragraph 99A of the NPPF applies, how do we assess whether it's surplus to requirement? Is there any other form of guidance that you would point to if it's not ANOG?
No, there isn't really a form of guidance, but there is evidence with regard to the demand and viability of the sport.
Yeah. So, now, if we look at ANOG, just to understand what the structure of it is,
yeah.
And can you turn in ANOG, which is core document 15.1.4, and go to page 1, PDF, page 3. CD 15.1.4, page 1, PDF, page 3. And you should have a multicoloured page in front of you. Yep. And these are the stages of ANOG and then its application, aren't they?
Are we talking about the circular diagram here?
No, we're talking about the blue, purple, and peach.
Page again, sorry.
Page, well, it's PDF page 3 if you're watching in.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you.
On the screen. And this is how ANOG says we assess whether or not a participation-based sporting venue is surplus to requirement, isn't it?
Just trying to make it big enough for me to read. So you're talking about stage A, stage B, stage C?
Absolutely.
Right, got it.
Now, we don't have any guidance to assess, you say, a spectator venue as being surplus to requirements, but can we agree that those 3 stages would be sensible to adopt as our framework for the assessment.
Yes.
Yeah. And so an assessment as to whether the stadium was surplus to requirements, it would be a good idea in the first stage, let's call it stage A, to prepare and tailor our approach, to establish a clear understanding of the purpose, scope and scale of the assessment, and to make sure we got clear in our minds the purpose and objectives, that we were taking a proportionate approach, that we'd scoped it properly in terms of the sports, speedway and stock car racing, the geographic scope, the strategic context and the project management. Those would be all sensible things to do when, as the first stage in trying to assess whether or not the stadium was surplus to requirements.
Okay.
That's right, isn't it?
That's what you said, yeah.
No, I'm asking you to agree with me, Mr. Eady. This is how it works.
Well, like I say, it says prepare and tailor the approach.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
And then, once we'd done that, we got it clear in our heads, the next thing we would want to do is we would want to gather information on supply and demand.
We would.
Yeah. So we could establish a clear picture of the supply of facilities within the appropriate area and a clear understanding of what the current and future demand for facilities are.
Yeah, you've inserted a few words like within the appropriate area, but the demand for the...
Well, what I'm doing, Mr. Eady, as the inspector has worked out, is I'm reading the notes. I'm reading the notes from the coloured page on page 1 in the document. So follow along with me.
Yes.
And we would look at supply in terms of quantity, quality, accessibility, and availability.
Indeed.
And we would look at demand in terms of the local population profile. Sports participation, that would be spectating in our case, because we're talking about a stadium. Unmet, latent, dispensed and future demand, what the local priorities were, or all of those matters would be relevant, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we would bring the information together. And we would build a picture of the level of provision, looking at four key elements. And we would build a picture looking at quantity, quality, accessibility, and availability. So, in other words, that's right, isn't it?
Well, you've said that, yes.
Yeah, but that's the way we will have to assess the demand for a spectator-orientated stadium.
That is true, based on available data.
Yeah. In other words, we would do it in exactly the same way as you would assess whether or not a participatory facility was surplus to requirements. You would simply apply the same approach, but tailor the assessment, bearing in mind that you're dealing with a largely spectator activity rather than a participatory activity, wouldn't you?
Well, yes and no, but demand and viability overlap in this context.
Yeah, okay. Now, we don't have Stage A, Stage B, Stage C bespoke guidance for stadiums, do we?
No.
What we do have is the same sort of guidance for participation facilities, 3G pitches, for example.
Yes.
Yeah. Doesn't require the brains of an archbishop, does it, Mr. Eady, to apply the principles of the ANOG guidance to the task in hand?
Well, the ANOG guidance does not apply to this issue. So.
Yeah. Mr. Eady, do you agree with me that the ANOG guidance would be useful, instructive and informative to help us understand what we ought to be doing in order to come up with a robust assessment as to whether or not Brandon Stadium was surplus to requirements.
There's broadly, yes, but within ANOG we have the capacity to assess demand much more precisely.
Okay, thank you.
Because sport and participation demand is much more straightforward. Sorry, much more straightforward to assess.
Sorry, man, I can't.
Sorry,
we've got to sort that.
I agree, Mr. Ogilvie. I'm struggling a little bit in times as well. Sorry, Mr. Eady, but if you can try and use the microphone and project.
I'll try and eat the microphone. Sorry.
No, I'm.
Okay.
Yes, I would.
Yes. So, do we agree that the appropriately tailored for the task in hand, the ANOG guidance, therefore, is something that can assist our structured approach to deciding whether or not the stadium is surplus to requirements?
It can assist, but there are clear differences.
Okay. I'll leave that point there, Mr. Eady. I think the inspector has the points. Can we agree next that the advice of Sport England in this case, so far as Speedway and stock car racing and the stadium is concerned, is a material consideration? Is it something the inspector should take into account, or is it something the inspector should ignore?
Well, I think Sport, well, that's, of course the inspector should take into account what Sport England says, yes.
Yeah, good. Because we've heard, haven't we, about stock car racing not being a recognised sport, whatever recognised means in that context. And we've heard that Speedway is a recognised sport.
Correct.
But in fact, as Sport England have indicated, although they are not statutory consultees in respect of this application because it doesn't deal with a playing pitch, a participatory pitch, they are nonetheless advising in a non-statutory context, and they've got experience and advice to give that's relevant to the decision that we're all wrestling with, haven't they?
I don't think they have a huge amount of experience providing guidance on stadia, no, but as a company that works with Sport England all the time, we would never discount its guidance, its counsel.
Yeah. And what we have seen is that if we go to page 6 of the PDF of the ANOG guidance, which is the protect, enhance, provide roundel that you were looking at before, we've seen, haven't we, that Sport England have advised that that protect, enhance, provide approach is relevant for the determination of the issues in this case. Can you remember seeing Sport England saying that, or would you like me to remind you?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. It's on the top of each of the Sport England consultation response, Madam, for your note. And can we agree that as part of the assessment and the information gathering in this case, the opinions and responses of the governing bodies are also relevant and should be taken into account by the inspector?
think they should be heard. The problem that Speedway and other motorsports governing bodies have is they have some very little and limited data about their sports.
Okay.
And no national strategies with regard to provision for their sports, which is what other sports do.
Yeah. If we were doing a case to which ANOG expressly applied, if we were doing a participation case, then ANOG advises us to take into account and consult with the governing bodies of sports, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, and it also expects those governing bodies to have strategic plans and data to support the cases for their sports, as opposed to opinion.
And so, applying that approach, it's plainly right, isn't it, in this case, for the governing body's views to be sought out and taken into account?
Certainly to be sought out, yes.
And although, and Mr. Morris, who came to the inquiry, his views and his evidence falls under that category, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, caveated as it was about his comments about health and safety.
Yeah. Do you think that Mr. Morris's evidence gave us the impression that there was no national strategy for Speedway?
Well, there is no national strategy for Speedway.
You think that the governing bodies of Speedway, personified at our inquiry by Mr. Morris, give the impression that they are proceeding along their merry way without a fixed idea or strategy of what they're doing or what they're trying to achieve. Was that the impression you got of Mr. Morris's evidence?
No strategy for facilities, is what I said. And there is no strategy for Speedway facilities, or indeed, as I'm aware, for stock car facilities. Otherwise, we would definitely have referenced it.
If there's no strategy for facilities, what strategy is there? What are they trying to achieve and how?
I think you'd have to ask who's Speedway. You're talking about Speedway? Yes. Well, Speedway's trying to promote the sport of Speedway. That's the primary role of the governing body. So I would expect Mr. Morris to come here and be very bullish about the prospects for Speedway, because he is the CEO of the Speedway Promotion Organisation.
Do you accept they have a strategy to achieve that?
Not for facilities, no. None whatsoever.
Say facilities, a strategy for promotion.
Yes, I'm sure he does have a strategy for promotion of the sport. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And to reduce it to its core elements, Speedway needs motorcycles.
Yes.
It needs people on the motorcycles, men, women and young people, if we remember what Mr. Morris told us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then they need somewhere to race around, don't they?
They do.
They need a facility. And if you are going to promote facilities, it is no good having lots of people and lots of motorbikes and nowhere to race them. Or it would be no good having plenty of places to race, but no people and no motorbikes.
No, indeed.
They all go hand in hand, don't they?
Yes, and those facilities have to be viable.
Yes.
But would say that Mr. Morris has no data whatsoever about the participation in his sport.
And for Speedway, just as many sports, but let's concentrate on Speedway, there is no, so far as facilities is concerned, there is no one-size-fits-all approach, is there?
No approach that I've seen.
No. For running a successful Speedway facility, there is no one-size-fits-all. They're not all exactly the same, are they?
That is true.
Yeah. Some if they're not brand new, are of quite recent construction. Like Manchester, current Manchester.
Yes.
Yeah. Some are of historic construction.
Yes.
And some are a bit of both, depending on the stage of use that they are now. So take Oxford, for example, an existing stadium that hadn't been used for 15 years, brought back into use on a phased basis. Is that right?
I don't know very much about Oxford Stadium. I think you're probably better off asking Mr. Oswald about that.
All right. Now, as Mr. Goatley has been at pains to point out, there is only one condition survey of Brandon Stadium in this case, and that is the survey produced by your clients, because, not to put too fine a point on it, nobody else has had the opportunity to go in there and do a survey. That's right, isn't it?
I think there was a 2017 survey undertaken by Rugby Borough Council, is it not?
All right. Current up-to-date survey.
I think my client's survey is the most up-to-date condition
Yeah.
survey, yes. I can't believe that the condition has improved since 2017. However.
And that looks at the cost, in effect, of reinstating the stadium to its former glory. The whole shooting match, grandstand, small stand,
Yes.
bells, whistles and flutes. Even the dog kennels, as I understand it, were costed. Nobody has been onto site. No, start that question again. Your clients have not. Let me rephrase that. SCS have explained that they don't intend to do all of that all at once. To use a footballing analogy, they're going to start with jumpers for goalposts.
That's how it works, yes.
Yeah. And without being able to get onto the site, doing the best they can from information that they've received from elsewhere, Oxford and Workington and wherever they can get information, they've come up with a figure of £737,000 odd.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm not aware that your clients have provided any evidence along the lines of, we understand what it is you're now proposing, but your £737,000 is wrong. If you want to do that, then the figure is some other figure greater than £737,000. I haven't seen anything of that nature in the extensive evidence base that we've got at this inquiry. Am I correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Yeah. And when Mr. Goatley asked Mr. Carter about his figure of £737,000, Mr. Carter said, well, we haven't been able to get onto the site. And it was then indicated that that was a problem for Mr. Carter rather than the appellant. Do you remember that exchange?
I do.
Yeah. if you're going to decide whether something is viable or not, and it depends on the costs of bringing the site into a fit condition physically for whatever it is you want to do, then you're at a serious disadvantage, aren't you, if you can't actually go and inspect the site.
Was that a question?
Yes.
I guess so. Yeah.
You guess so. Then, of course, you would have to also, in your viability appraisal, decide whether or not you'd have to work out what the costs of operating or hosting events was going to be.
You would.
Yeah. And then you'd have to look at income likely to be generated by the events. Yeah. You'd have to decide, for example, are they likely to be well attended? Or would we be opening for business and nobody would come?
Yes, and I guess that would depend on the condition of the venue,
Yeah.
amongst other things.
And it would depend on also the excitement generated. It would depend on the whether or not there was a substantial body of people pleased that Speedway and stock car racing was returning to the stadium. At Oxford, they made an estimate for the purposes of their plan, and then they report to the inquiry that those estimates were far exceeded, and they're delighted.
Yes, no numbers.
No. And then, of course, the person putting up the money, or the organisation putting up the money, would have to decide, first of all, whether they required any return on their investment, whether they were a pure philanthropist, yeah?
Indeed.
Or they would have to decide whether they did require a return in their investment and whether that requirement related to the short, medium, or long term.
Mm-hmm.
So all sorts of variables. It would appear that Oxford and Workington are examples of where it's been got right. Maybe early days, but fingers crossed, it looks as though the good burghers of Oxford, in deciding that they weren't prepared to grant planning permission for houses, were correct in their assessment that the stadium was not surplus to requirements and that somebody had a business plan that looked reasonable and that they ought to be given a go.
Yes, on the basis of a wider range of activities, but I think Mr. Osborne's probably better qualified to respond to you,
All right.
Benign.
And in truth, that's what this part of the case comes down to, isn't it? It comes down to whether the planning system ought to give SCS and their supporters and backers a chance.
Well, that's not for me to judge. All
No.
I can judge on is the data and evidence with regard to the sports concern.
Do you remember when Mr. Morris was giving evidence and he told the inspector about the experience in Denmark, Sweden, and Poland? And he said, well, of course, the difference there is that the local authority own the stadiums and the planning system prevents their loss. Do you remember when he said that?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
You
on
weren't here,
Thursday,
okay.
so-
But that's exactly what paragraph 99 of the framework does in England, isn't it? It sets up requirements.
That's an allied question. I think let's go and have a look. If you're going to plain paragraph 99 and to say that what Denmark, Sweden and Poland do, which is by reason of local authority ownership, prevent their loss, and that is paragraph 99. Let's have a look at paragraph 99, and if you are going to take this witness and use that as a particular point, let's see whether that's what paragraph 99 says.
No, well,
if that is what is going to be contended, that what paragraph 99 says, then obviously that's a matter for submissions in due course. But I think, to put it mildly, that may be surprising.
Well, Mr. Eadie, would you like to answer questions on paragraph 99 and what it means or what its effect in practice is likely to be, or would you like me to ask Mr. Hooper?
I think in large part you should ask Mr. Hooper. He's
All
the
right.
planning specialist.
So in which case, matters for Mr. Hooper on paragraph 99.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to the other main issue that your evidence covers, which is the 3G pitch. And I think it's common ground between you and Mr. Allen that it is relevant to look at the need both in Coventry and in Rugby Borough because of where Brandon physically is located.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think it is also common ground between you and Mr. Allen that in what we call quantitative terms, there is a need now in Coventry City for further 3G pitches, and that need increases when one looks forward to 2040.
Correct.
And I think you're both agreed on what those figures are. Because they come from the Coventry City playing pitch strategy document, and therefore it's not very difficult to find out what the figures are.
Correct.
Yeah. In the Borough of Rugby, there is not yet an up-to-date equivalent document.
Oh, well, there is. It's just waiting to be published.
Yes, it's not been signed off. Yeah. What we do know is that the last document, the extant document, the 2015 document, identified a need, and there is still at least one pitch outstanding from that document.
Yes, the 2015 PPS identified the need for one pitch, but the 2015 PPS is also now out of date.
Absolutely, and we are going to get a new document shortly, and your evidence says, in effect, well, we've looked at it, and we think the need is 2.25 pitches at the present time.
We've looked at this, the area surrounding Brandon Stadium. Yes.
Yeah, the 5-mile radius.
Indeed.
Yeah. And therefore, I think what you're saying is that you would be astonished if when the rugby playing pitch strategy came out, there wasn't at least a need for one pitch in the borough now.
Well, it will almost certainly have increased for a range of reasons.
Yes. Yeah. And Mr. Allen accepts that. He accepts that there is a need in Rugby Borough now.
Indeed.
Yeah. So then the question becomes, is this the right place?
Yep.
That's the question, isn't it?
Yep.
And if it's not the right place, or if its location is suboptimal, The question is, will it make a useful contribution if consented?
Well, suboptimal is defined by the extent to which clubs which have teams which need facilities are prepared to use it. And that evidence has been clearly supplied in the context of the consultation that was conducted.
Yeah, because what Mr. Allen told us was that, and you'll know, because I suspect you've done more playing pitch strategies, Mr. Eady, than I've had hot dinners.
Yes, a lot more than Mr. Allen, actually.
Yeah. And I've had an awful lot of hot dinners, as you can judge.
I'm worried about it now. Okay.
After you have, in a playing pitch strategy, after you have identified the quantitative need, you then have to sit down with stakeholders and come up with what Mr. Allen described as an action plan. Do you agree that that is the next stage in the process?
Yes, standard process.
And is the action plan usually something to be found as an appendix to the playing pitch strategy, or does it come forward at a much later date?
Usually comes forward shortly after.
Right, okay. And is there yet an action plan for Coventry?
No.
So the good burghers of Coventry are sitting down with their advisors and with the Football Association and the Football Foundation and all of the other stakeholders, as we must now call them?
No, they don't tend to produce the action plan in that format. The action plan emerges from the strategy, which itself emerges from the needs assessment.
Okay.
The consultation with those stakeholders at that point has already been undertaken.
Okay. So you do the needs assessment and then you produce a strategy, and that's the stage when you consult with the stakeholders.
No, you consult with them primarily as part of the needs assessment.
All right, okay. Now, in Mr. Allen's proof, at paragraph 6.9, so that's CD 16.1.2,
Got it on paper here. Okay.
he says it's not evident if KKP, that's you, have undertaken any formal consultation. The oral feedback from our consultation discussion is set out below, and then he sets out the views of various stakeholders.
He sets out his interpretation of
Yes.
the various stakeholders, yes.
Yeah.
Actually, we consulted all those stakeholders as part of the assessment.
Okay. Do you say that Mr. Allen is not faithfully reporting what he was told?
I think Mr. Allen's put a slant on reporting what he was told, yes.
All right. I mean, for example, if we look at the second response from Rugby Borough Council Sport and Leisure Development,
Yes.
they say a 3G pitch in Brandon would be better than nothing and would tick the box in respect of the statistical need for one pitch. But the Binley Woods area, Brandon, would not be in the best location, given the relative lack of clubs in the immediate catchment. That's something to take into account, isn't it? When
I think it simply reflects the fact there are fewer rugby borough-based clubs in the catchment than there are.
yeah, well, we're going to see where they are in a minute, because hopefully you've produced a plan.
We did our best.
Yeah, I'm going there next.
Yeah. Okay, good.
They're also concerned that there doesn't appear to be an anchor club. Is an anchor club is, well, not essential, but highly desirable, isn't it?
No, it varies. Some grounds, some 3G pitches have an anchor club, some don't. It's not, if you like, a standard football foundation or Sport England prerequisite, and doesn't appear in any form in any of the guidance that they provide.
In situations where there is an anchor club, In effect, does the Anchor Club assume responsibility for managing the facility?
Not usually.
Okay.
But where, for example, were it to be Sky Blues in the community, as is potential here, although it's not an anchor using club, that's an anchor managing club.
Yeah.
That's the case. Anchor clubs are regular partners, in particular with school sites, because schools don't want the hassle of booking lots of different agencies, so an anchor club can work very well in that context,
Yeah.
for example.
Because they take on some of the administrative burden.
Well, they, in effect, they're only dealing with one hirer.
Yeah, okay. But that one hirer might say, well, at the times when we don't, although the facility is at priority call to us because we're the Anchor Club, on occasions where we're not going to be using it, we could get other people in to use it.
Or the hiring agency does that, yes.
Yeah. Or the Anchor Club could be the hiring agency.
It could be, it's not common.
Yeah.
You don't normally hand a 3G pitch over to a football club to manage that others have invested in.
Okay. Rugby also tell us that the council would not be interested in using or managing the pitch. So,
Yep.
that's fine. Because they've got other emerging priorities.
They don't.
Well,
They have other. There are other sites which could be options.
yes.
Full
They
stop.
say various priorities are emerging. Another way of putting that, and then they list them. Another way of putting that would be there are other options emerging.
No, they're emerging is the key term.
Yes.
There are no concrete options.
Yeah. Well, we'll be seeing.
There is no action plan.
No. Well, we'll be looking in a minute, Mr. Edie, at how far set in concrete any of your plans are, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. Then if we could look, please, next at the Service Manager for Sport, Physical Activity and Wellbeing at Coventry City Council, which follows on from the Rugby Borough Council comments. They acknowledge the deficiency in 3G pitches, but geographically in Coventry, ideal locations would be elsewhere. And we'll see that on the plan in a moment, won't we?
Indeed. Yep.
In other words, what they're saying is that the location at Brandon is suboptimal. Aren't they?
They have other locations.
It's suboptimal, isn't it?
It's your words, not mine.
Well, I know, that's why I'm asking you to agree with them.
If suboptimal isn't the right phrase, what would you say then? What's your interpretation of that?
I think I think there are other sites in Coventry to which 3G pitches could be attached. And
They were preferable because of their location, potentially.
probably because they're in Coventry.
Yeah. We're on the same hymn sheet, Mr. Edie.
Yes, I'm not quite sure of the strength of the term. That's my...
You may be the tenor line, I'm the bass growling along underneath,
Well,
but we're on the same hymn sheet.
Okay. Different church, maybe.
And then Mr. Robinson of Birmingham County Football Association. He says, he makes a number of points, and he's recorded as saying in the fourth bullet point, I would think more consultation is required to see the usage at the other sites operated by Sky Blues in the community. They're saying they're at capacity. It would be good to see the POU, that's the programme of use, which we can see from an earlier bullet point.
Yeah.
I know they were struggling to fill a Friday President Kennedy not so long back and wanted to work with the FA around disability provision. So it sounds as though that there is demand for sort of Sky Blue in the community operation, but arising in Coventry.
There's demand, per se, as per our report.
So let's then go to your proof of evidence, please.
Okay.
No, I'm terribly sorry. Let's go to your core document 3.1, which is the Brandon Stadium artificial grass pitch feasibility study,
Okay.
which is where the and having looked at where the existing provision is, and having looked at paragraph 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, where the quantitative need is, and those numbers which you went through yesterday with Mr. Gately and the inspector's already seen. We get, please, to paragraph 3.28 on PDF page 16.
Okay.
Where you identify 5 responsive clubs.
5 of the 9 responsive clubs, but
Yeah.
5 that identify specific demands.
Yeah. And you tell us that these clubs currently field 103 teams between them.
Correct.
And you give the numbers. Are you telling us that each of those 103 teams has nowhere to play at the moment?
No, we're not.
No.
What we're saying is that there are 103 teams within the catchment area and there are insufficient places to accommodate them based on the Football Foundation ratio of 38 teams to a pitch.
Okay, so maybe they're playing somewhere but not enough or something.
There is insufficient 3G pitch availability to accommodate all their teams, as is clearly evidenced by their statements.
Yeah. And then you tell us at 329 the current location of these clubs, based on their preferred home ground, is shown in the figure overleaf, with this also taking into account the existing full-size 3G pitch supply in Rugby and Coventry.
Correct.
Good. And then we look at that figure 3.1,
Yes.
which I'm just going to blow up so I can see it more clearly. And there is Brandon Stadium with the navy blue square roughly in the middle of the picture.
Yes.
And the first thing we can see, and then we note that the light blue is the 5 football clubs
Yes.
we identified, and the purple squares are the existing provision.
Correct.
And we can see that both the urban area of Coventry and the urban area of Rugby is where the football clubs are and the existing provision is.
Where their preferred home venue is.
Yes, sorry.
Because clearly football clubs comprise hundreds of people who live all over the place.
Yeah,
Where the preferred home venue is, because clearly football clubs comprise people who live all over the local area.
yes, you're quite right. You, paragraph 3.29, you make perfectly clear that the current location of these clubs, based on their preferred home ground,
Yes.
is shown on the figure overleaf.
That's the standard terminology here.
Yeah. So it's perfectly plain that the demand is being met in Coventry.
No.
Sorry, the demand is arising in Coventry and Rugby.
There is demand in both authorities,
Yeah.
yes. Substantial demand. And within 5 miles of Brandon Stadium.
And within 5 miles of Brandon. And so you tell us at paragraph 330, while all 5 clubs are located in closer proximity to existing pitches, they are all within a reasonable distance from Brandon and do not feel as though the travel would be an issue.
Yes.
Now, we don't know where Coventry and Rugby councils will secure through their strategy/action plan future 3G pitch provision. But it's likely to be in the urban areas of Coventry and or Rugby, isn't it?
Well, I think in Mr. Allen's own report, he talked about the opportunistic nature of the way that these things develop within a strategic framework.
Yeah.
So, while agencies may have preferences, opportunities arise when they arise, and they're treated on the basis of the evidence and need that applies at that time.
My question was, based on their strategy/action plan, it is likely that those authorities will be working to secure additional provision within the urban areas. That's correct, isn't it?
No, they'll be likely to secure additional provision in locations which ensure that it services the current demand, evidenced future demand, whether that's within the urban area or adjacent to the urban area.
Yeah. Of course, a 3G pitch at Brandon, the local authorities aren't having to do any work at all. It would fall into their lap, wouldn't it?
That is a significant plus point forward from the local authorities' perspective, yes.
Yeah. It would not be a facility that was strategically planned for. It wouldn't be, if not plan-led, then strategy-led. It would be an opportunity that falls into their lap.
Yes, strategy encompassed, I would say, because there's clear evidence demand and a number of clubs that express a clear desire and interest in using the facility.
And nobody could sensibly say that such additional provision should attract no weight or would be of no benefit.
No, nobody would say that because it's not the case.
No. But there are potential downsides, aren't there?
You tell me.
Well, why don't you tell me, Mr. Eadie? Why don't you tell the inspector? Look at paragraph 3.67 of core document 3.1.
3.37.
3.67.
3.67.
Sorry, if I yeah. A potential risk for the proposed development and its feasibility is other 3G pitch aspirations that exist across Rugby and Coventry, such as, and then they are listed, and we're told, as identified through consultation for this report.
Yes.
If a pitch was provided at each of these sites, the potential user base of Brandon Stadium would reduce significantly. Of the clubs engaged with, throughout this process, potential demand for the provision would potentially reduce from between 103 to 112 teams to between 27 to 36 teams, which, while still considerable, falls below the 38-team threshold, although it does not factor in Sky Blues in the community. The above is something to be mindful of throughout the planning process, although it should be noted that none of the site options are in development or even planning stage at this time. What this is saying is get in quick through the planning process, because there are other more optimally located proposals coming up behind us.
No, there are no proposals coming up behind it. What it's saying is, quite responsibly, and we would always do this, is that there are sites for where there may, in the future, be applications for development of 3G pitches. At the present, there are none. What happens is, when this pitch, if and when this pitch is installed, the jigsaw changes, the demand framework changes, and the decisions made about future facilities would be based on the fact that a pitch exists at Brandon. Yeah. So those demand dimensions would change. The need and demand dimensions would change. So they are what we would call sensibly pointing out what would happen were other developments to take place. However, those other the demand or the justification for those other developments is predicated on the fact that Brandon would absorb some of the need that's already there.
I just ask, if Brandon sort of beat the queue, was in there first up and running,
Yes.
and then say in 2-3 year time or whatever, some of these other sites then came on stream, is there a chance that clubs that are using Brandon may then relocate because a new site may be closer to them or have better facilities?
There's always
or
a
whatever?
chance, but if the Brandon management develops a good relationship with either an anchor club or a series of other clubs, they're unlikely to move. Clubs don't jump ship easily because players become used to using a particular venue. But yes, that's the case. I can play badminton at Sports Centre A and I can then choose to go to Sports Centre B. That option is always there, but it's a big decision for a club to up sticks and move to another venue from one that they're happy with. Primary reasons for clubs relocating would be declining pitch quality, which happens at the tail end of a life, i.e. 8 to 10 years, or if there was a substantially improved offer with regard to price, but both of those eventualities are unlikely, particularly given that there's a dowry for this pitch, which would mean its condition would be maintained.
That assumes there's an anchor club, and we've already established that there may not be an anchor club.
Say that again, sorry.
That comment assumes there is an anchor club at Brandon.
No, it doesn't. Just assumes that a club, however many of its teams play at Brandon, is comfortable there and is happy with the management arrangements. Because everybody who plays football travels to the ground at which they play at their 3G pitch. Whether they travel 5 minutes or 10 minutes is moot. The reason we use the 5 mile catchment is to take account of exactly that, the distance that people are deemed to be willing to travel to either play or to take their children to play. Okay.
But yes, if we're not an anchor club, let's go back to the clubs listed in 3.28 in this feasibility study. Let's go back to the list of clubs in 3.28.
Got it.
And because I like the sound of the name, let's pick St Finbarrs.
Yes.
And then we can see, can't we, that St Finbarrs are number 5 on the map. So there they are, preferred home ground up in the north of Coventry.
Correct.
Now, we've said that St Finbarrs, 21 teams.
Yes.
And they won't all play at the same location, those 21 teams. They'll be dotted around a number of locations, won't they?
That's common, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how they'll do it, but let's say the under-9s play at one place and the under-11s play at another place and the under-16s play at another place, whatever it is.
That sort of thing, yeah.
Yeah. So I will take my children to Brandon because that is where they're going to play under-9s football. Mm-hmm. But then when they get older and they get into the under-11s, I might be taking them somewhere else.
That's true.
And then when they get into the under-16s, I might be taking them somewhere else.
If available, yeah.
Yeah. But as a parent, I'm attached to my children. I'm not attached to a particular venue.
Yes.
And if another venue came along that was more convenient to me than a Brandon, I'd go, hooray, wouldn't I?
Parents don't tend to make that decision. The clubs make that decision.
Yeah.
There's somebody sat there orchestrating the use of the various teams.
Mm. Yeah. But these teams are what we might call footloose.
It varies. No, most teams, once they're settled at a 3G pitch site, provided arrangements are good, the arrangements with the operator are good, they will tend to stick, whether they're a host or an anchor club, or whether it's one of a number of their venues.
But the under-9s are presumably playing somewhere at the moment.
Well, I think that's the point.
But they might be wanting to move to Brandon under this model.
I think the evidence that we produced is that there are not enough 3G pitches to service the demand that is there, hence that there is a rationale for Brandon.
Yeah. In other words, the under-9s will go to Brandon because, in our example, because they'll be able to play there every Saturday, maybe than every other Saturday.
Or get the times that they would prefer to play at,
Yeah.
and so on and so on.
Or
Yes.
they could play at 11 o'clock in the morning instead of tea time, or whatever it is.
Indeed.
Yeah. But similarly, they're footloose.
No, not particularly.
Somebody else comes along and says, yeah, you can play at tea time if that's when you want to play. It'll just be in the north side of Coventry rather than at Brandon. Won't St Finbarr's be saying, well, all other things being equal, cost, so on and so forth, that's the place for us?
It's possible.
Yeah. As you said,
There are no options at the moment, though. It should
as
be
you said,
stressed.
as you said to the inspector, there's a chance. And it's a chance, isn't it, because of where Brandon is?
No, it's a chance because other pitches may be developed, but there are none on the table at the moment.
Going back to where we were, at 3.67, there is, on the same page, development considerations, paragraph 3.69,
Yep.
on PDF page 23.
Yep.
As noted earlier in this report, should the development of the 3PG pitch at Brandon Stadium go ahead, it's imperative that a sinking fund is set up to ensure that the pitch remains usable in the long term.
Yep.
That's because what we call a carpet,
Indeed.
and that's the technical term for it, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. The carpet has a shelf life.
Correct.
And it's very expensive to replace if you haven't been saving up for it over the years.
That is correct.
Yeah, and therefore you absolutely need a sinking fund. The other big, because that's the big capital asset.
The primary capital asset. Yes.
Primary capital asset. But there's also another large capital asset, isn't there, in the pavilion? Do you need a sinking fund for that too? Would a prudent club would surely have a sinking fund for that as well, wouldn't it?
It depends. Depends on the nature of the operation. It also depends whether, for example, the facility comes with a dowry, which is the case in this instance.
Okay.
Which would cover that. A dowry, i.e. a cost, a level of funding to cover renewal. Also, it depends on the management operation. If it were leased to Coventry, Sky Blues in the community, it would take on the responsibility for the renewal of the pavilion.
Okay. Now, looking at the clubhouse, we know, paragraph 3.72, with regard to a clubhouse, evidence does not point towards anything more than a basic facility being needed, 2 changing rooms and an official's changing area required to enable the 3G pitch to be used for competitive matches at all levels. Some leagues do not allow play without such a provision. But any additional changing rooms would rarely be used, given there's only one pitch, and given that younger age teams generally do not want or need access other than for toilets. So I can understand that if an adult game is being played on a Saturday afternoon, the whole pitch will be used.
Full pitch, yep.
Full pitch. And there'll be some officials. And if we look at the illustrative layout for the changing room, which we will find on PDF page 27,
Yep.
we can see the 2 changing rooms and the changing rooms for the officials illustrated there.
Yep.
But are we saying that when the pitch is split in 2, and that adults would use the same changing rooms?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I think we're saying, are we, that when children are using the pitch, they don't need changing facilities, they just need to go to the loo.
That's right. They just take them home to shower.
Okay.
That's become standard policy
So
for the Football Foundation. Yeah.
they get turfed out of the car, changed, ready to play, or take a tracksuit off, and then they put a tracksuit on and go home.
Pretty much exactly as was with my kids. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the policy that the foundation adopts now. They don't really provide changing rooms for children, just toilets.
Okay. And
Sorry, I was going to say, so although this may or may not be Football Foundation funded, the pavilion has been designed to Football Foundation Oblique FA standards.
yes, well, that yes. So let's just talk about funding. The clubhouse would be built by the developer.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. And tell me if I'm straying into the land of Hooper.
I will, yes.
Who's grinning. But there is a business plan illustrated in your evidence, in your feasibility study.
There is.
And what we see is a series of assumptions.
Yes.
And a series of staffing assumptions, paragraph 5.10, PDF, page 30.
Yes.
It's assumed that the facility will generally be used regularly throughout external demand from 6 p.m. till 10 p.m. throughout the weekends, equating to 46 hours a week. An allowance has been made for a member of staff for all of this period, or in reality, this could be reduced once the programme of activities is established. As an example, anchor clubs could become key holders to the facility, thus reducing the staff costs.
That's true.
What you're really saying there is we're going to rely on people volunteering.
No.
or carrying out some functions as volunteers.
No, you were saying we'll let people let themselves in.
You'd say people let themselves in. So
Which is also something that happens on school sites and other sites where they've developed a trusted relationship with an anchor club.
okay.
So fairly standard practice.
And then you make allowances for staff.
Yep.
And that is telling us, is it, that the total cost of staff, including on costs, will be just shy of 29,000 a year.
These are the staff to operate the site. Doesn't take account of the management of Sky Blues in the community as an assumption.
Right. So it's the janitor.
Not a kind description, but yes.
All right. And even then, trading account 512, income in year one is based on 80% of expected demand being achieved as the facility builds up its external user base. Trading account for this period therefore identifies that the pitch will generate an initial deficit of just over 13,000 before moving into surplus.
Yep.
And who covers any deficit?
In this case, it would probably be Sky Blues in the community. I have to say that we always write a very conservative business plan.
Yeah, but my question is the same. Who covers any deficit?
The operator.
The operator.
So in this case, Sky Blues in the community.
Okay. In other words, when an operator signs up, they're signing up to cover any deficit.
They don't sign up for something they're not confident about delivering.
Yeah.
And they're operating 2 other sites.
Yeah, I shall be asking Mr. Hooper in due course how the planning system is going to guard against the day if an operator doesn't sign up, or against the day that an operator signs up and then goes bust. Because at the moment, Mr. Eady, you're telling the inspector that the value of this facility in terms of participation outweighs the value of the Speedway Stadium, aren't you?
Yes.
From a sporting point of view, the worst possible outcome in this case would be that the houses are built on the stadium site, and then the 3G pitch operation fails for some reason.
It would be. There's no reason why that would happen.
No, but that's the worst outcome, isn't it? From your balance point of view is concerned.
Yeah, it wouldn't happen.
We're talking there about the future sustainability of the operation, aren't we?
We are.
Yeah. The provision like this can be running very satisfactorily on at one time, and then suddenly some external force comes along which can knock it off track. And that's what Woolston are worried about, isn't it? When they turned up and said, "Look, we're doing okay at the moment. We're really worried though if Brandon comes along, it's going to buffet us, and we're worried for our future."
That's what it's saying, but there's plenty of demand. However, I think Woolston will also be worried about the potential development of a gym at the site, because it also runs a gym.
And as you've already told us, there's a chance that when alternative provision comes forward within the urban area of Coventry or within the urban area of Rugby, that there is a chance that that might have an effect on user at Brandon.
Small chance, outside chance,
Yeah.
shall we say.
And we'll ask Mr. Hooper whether that's a chance that the planning system ought to be guarding against, and if it is, how it should be guarding against it. So far as the profit and loss account, illustrative,
That's what it is.
is concerned on page PDF page 31. We can see the sinking fund for the carpet.
Yeah.
So far as I can see, there isn't any other form of contingency. Is that right?
No, it's just an indicative plan.
Yeah. But sometimes indicative plans have contingencies, usually expressed as a percentage of expenditure.
Yes, well, we do these plans according to the Football Foundation structure for these, which we set up with Grant Thornton. So they're pretty accurate.
And there isn't a sinking fund for the Pavilion Clubhouse in the list.
At the time when this was constructed, we were still debating whether we should be treating Sky Blues and the community as a leaseholder, an operator, in which case it would have picked up that liability. But there is also a dowry in place to cover those eventualities in any event.
Okay. And you've assumed that the dowry will be adequate for the purpose?
We have.
Yeah. Did you advise how much the dowry should be?
No.
But the dowry is intended to cover, well, what happens if things go wrong?
It's more an insurance against the need for future capital maintenance and renewal. So
Okay. So it's not intended to cover a sudden or dramatic loss in income.
no, same way as it.
So that, for example, if we look at the illustrative spreadsheet, we can see that income is due to total 99,695 in year 2.
Yep.
If it doesn't, for some reason,
Yep.
there's no provision to dip into a dowry to cover the difference.
No, but a competent operator will deliver against these outcomes.
Okay. Just
Yes,
wanted to check.
You can keep throwing what ifs at me about the business plan, but it's a solid business plan based on the operation.
I just
30
wanted
or
to
40
understand
other
the way.
sites.
I just wanted to understand the way the dowry might work.
Yes.
And the answer is it's
I think you need to pick that up with Mr. Hooper.
Mr. Hooper. All right. Okay.
I just might observe that Mr. Eadie was trying to complete that particular answer, and it might be helpful for the inspector.
Yes, I was going to say that the business plan itself is predicated on business plans that are being successfully delivered at comparable facilities, both standalone and those grass-pitch sites all over the country. Hence the Football Foundation GT model, which we were involved in constructing. So we're very confident in this. We sort of treated it with we were managing it. Would we succeed in this? As my people in my company have facilities management background. Okay.
Just, sorry, how much more have you got to go? I'm just
well,
wondering when
I-
it would be appropriate time to...
No, well,
short
I
break
just
from
turned
Mr.
round to
Eadie.
check that whether there's anything else they
That's
wanted
fine.
me to ask, and I was
Yeah.
told no. And now I'm just checking my own notes, and I'm saying no. So I'm now saying, Mr. Eadie, thank you very much.
Okay, lovely. Thank you, Mr. Richards. I think we will have a break now, and then, of course, you've got cross-examination from Mr. Eadie, Mr. Humphreys. Just one point from me, factual point, in relation to rugby's strategy and assessment. Do we know when that's likely to be available?
Find out.
I'm just conscious of the fact that I don't want it appearing before the decision issues, and then...
No, we'll
Just for
find out.
information.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, then. In that case, then, we will take a short break. Then we'll take that till 11:30 then. Thank you. Right, the time is now 11:30, so we will resume. Over the break, I had a chance to have a look at the draft programme. We'll come back to that at the end, I think, when we do any sort of updates and review and what have you for next week. So we'll leave that till then. So we'll continue now then, please. Mr Richards?
Just
yeah?
one point. I've been told that one of the elected councillors here would like to address the inquiry briefly, but is not available next week. I've suggested he comes at 12:30 today and puts his hand up, and that because that would be the only opportunity that he might have to do so this week. I have made no extravagant promises on your behalf, but I thought I ought to let you know that what's going to happen at about
That's
12:30.
fine. Well, no, thank you for the heads up on that. Yes, it's helpful to know what's happening. No, that's fine. We can fit him in then this morning. Yeah, no, it's sorted. That's fine. Yeah, okay then. Right then, Mr Humphreys then, if you'd like to start your cross-examination of Mr Eady. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Morning, Mr Eady.
Morning.
Now, if
I will do my best.
Yeah, but do better than that.
Okay,
Thank you.
enough.
Mr Eady, you've told us that you were first involved in 2020.
Yes.
Yes. And so your personal knowledge of the appeal site dates from that point.
Yes.
Yeah. You tell us that later in 2020, KPP produced a viability assessment in respect of Speedway.
Yes.
Yeah. And that assessment, just for our note, the one in 2020 is CD 2.58. We don't need to turn it up at this stage. But I think it's common ground. I think from what you said yesterday, the focus of that Speedway viability assessment was on Speedway rather than stock cars, the focus of it.
That's fair.
Yeah. That wasn't a report, as I understand it, but correct me if I'm wrong, it wasn't a report undertaken by you personally.
No, it's undertaken by a member of my team. I did oversee the report, but he delivered the majority of the legwork, yes, another member of my team.
Another member of your team. And just so I can be clear, when you started in 2020, was Speedway or stock car racing considered to be part of your usual expertise?
Well, it's we're general sports consultants, so we work in all sports.
Yeah.
So
Your expertise, that's what I'm interested in. Your personal expertise.
no, I wouldn't say I was an expert in Speedway
No,
or stock
okay.
car prior to that point. No.
Just one example, I don't wish to, but just to bring it back to our minds, yesterday you weren't aware there were always 7 riders in the Speedway team. Just,
Yes, that was I tripped myself up there. Yes.
No, that's fine. It's just that's help me with this. You know that you were here yesterday, obviously, when you gave evidence. Before you gave evidence, you'll recall that Mr. Carter gave evidence.
You do.
Yes, and you were there for that. And he went through in evidence in chief a number of documents. And one of which was a letter from Mr. Horton. Do you remember Mr. Horton, who was the promoter of the Coventry Bees at one stage? Yes.
Well, I'll take your word for it. Yes.
Oh, are you not? You're not.
No, I'll take your word for who he is. I can't recall that specific moment in yesterday's.
Okay. No, that's fair enough. Let's look at that. So you've got in front of you CD 15.5.3. All right.
I'll get there in a second.
Yeah.
15.5.3. Response to needs assessment submitted by Frampton. Is that one?
It's also... Yes, it's page 17 of the PDF. Yeah, I'm just letting... Have you found the... I know it takes time, so... 15.5.3. I know it takes time, so you've got to download it. I appreciate that.
Sorry, what's the paragraph number? That would be easy.
It's appendix... Hang on, it's up there. I think you give me a different one. Yeah.
It's Appendix 2, PDF, page 17.
Appendix 2. Sorry, just a minute. And Mr... Do you have that now?
Getting there.
Oh, you're in there, sure.
Sorry, I've got, on this number, I've got the Framptons report. Is this the one, or it's, I've got extracts from the Framptons report. Is that right?
Would someone like to help?
Yes, please.
I don't mind if
Sorry.
someone helps. Thanks. Yeah.
Way ahead, 17, sorry. That should be looking at that. Right, apologies.
Okay, we're there now, Mr. Humphries, I think.
Have you got it now?
I am, yeah. I'm
Well,
there. Apologies.
It's memorable as it has the bees logo at the top.
It does, yes. I
Either
can
side.
see it now clearly.
And Mr. Carter went through this just to come to the particular point. Obviously, one reads it whole, but the third paragraph down, Mr. Horton, you can see at the bottom, Coventry Speedway. It's painfully clear that trying to run our historic club away from Brandon/Rugby area has been detrimental to the business. Do you see that?
I do.
Yeah. You're not suggesting that Mr. Horton didn't know what he was talking about when he said that?
No, it's...
No. And yesterday, we saw a letter from the BSPA, and this is core document 10.6. If I just give you the point, if we need to look at it.
Okay.
They agreed that track sharing was, and these are their words, very rarely successful commercially, as the majority of Speedway attendance comes from supporters of the home team who are rarely willing to travel out of their area on a regular basis.
That's what it says.
Yeah, and that's a similar point to the one Mr. Horton's making. Yeah, thank you. So, if one wanted Coventry Bees team to operate successfully, they would need to be in the Brandon/Rugby area. Yeah?
That's what your correspondent was saying, I think.
Yeah,
Yes.
and you're not suggesting otherwise?
No basis to.
No basis, thank you. And there's agreement that obviously a team needs supporters because they purchase the tickets, the merchandise, the food and drink sales, and they, by virtue of their presence, the sponsorship is attracted because if lots of people there, the sponsors think we'll put up our advertising holds. Yeah.
If the business is successful, yes.
Yeah. And in respect of Coventry Bees Speedway alone, one can't say that the stadium, rugby in Brandon, is surplus to their requirements. You don't say it's surplus to Coventry Bees requirements, do you?
We just say that the sport itself, that all the evidence and data relates to Speedway, is that the sport is declining.
Yeah. But you're not set, just to come back to Coventry Bees Speedway, just focusing on that,
Yep.
You're not saying that the stadium is surplus to their requirements, are you?
Well, They have no requirement because they're not currently operating.
Not currently operating. If they wish to operate based on their past and what's been said about the way teams operate and need to be near to their home supporters, etc., in those terms, you're not saying it's surplus to their requirements, are you?
I think it's speculative to say there's a requirement.
If the inspector takes the view there is a requirement, then you're not saying it's surplus to that requirement, are you?
If the inspector takes that view.
Thank you. Quite apart from Coventry Bees, the Brandon Stadium has also been recognised as one of the best shale speedway tracks in the UK, and the Wembley Stadium, as it's often said, of stock car racing. You don't refute either of those claims, do you?
I've no. The Wembley Stadium is an interesting way of describing it, but they are just claims.
You don't.
I have no view on them either way.
And there's no evidence that you put in relation to those to suggest they're not accurate.
There's no evidence that there is. There's no evidence that there isn't.
I assume you read some of the material before this inquiry.
I did, yes.
Yes, good. You say you have no view and you have no evidence to support a contrary view. Is that right?
We do have evidence to support a contrary view, yes.
But
The
in
sports are
relation to this being one of the best shale speedway tracks in the UK,
I'm not a technical track evaluator.
so do you wish to
No.
say you have no contrary evidence to support
I wish to say I have no view.
no view and no evidence to base a contrary view?
Therefore, I don't have a view. Therefore, I'm not taking a view.
Help me with this. In terms of your case, or your client's case, you're not putting forward a case on their behalf under paragraph 99B of the MPPF that the Brandon Stadium could be relocated elsewhere in the Brandon/Rugby area to which Mr. Horton referred, are you?
No.
Okay. It's common ground, as I understand it, that prior to the appellant's ownership, Mr. Sandhu both owned the stadium and promoted speedway and stock car racing through his company Coventry Racing Limited.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, yeah.
Yeah. Could we just turn up, please, core document 10.18, please? One of the SCS's
Yeah, I think I've got it on paper,
representations. Do you have that?
I think I got the paper, yeah.
That's fine. And if you could turn, please, to Appendix 1. Thank you very. Just thank you very much. Page 23. There's a single-page letter from Guest Wilson Chartered Accountants. You may recall that was referred to by Mr. Carter in his evidence in chief yesterday.
Yes.
And he refers to having acted for, this is back in February of 2018, he refers to having acted for Coventry Racing Club Limited since 2008. That's the Mr. Sandhu's company, yeah?
Okay.
We can confirm that in every year since 2008, the company has run speedway and stock cars at Coventry Stadium, and only in the period 2009 to 2011, the company also ran greyhound racing. In the years when greyhound racing was run, the company made considerable losses. In all other years, i.e. only speedway and stock car racing conducted by the company has made a profit. Yeah?
That's what it says? Yeah.
Yeah. And you're not disputing
No basis. to
the accuracy of that, the content of that. Thank you. Now, in your Speedway Viability Assessment, or KKP's Speedway Viability Assessment, that was updated in April of this year and is now our core document 3.2.
Yep.
Now, just to assist the inspector, the content is pretty similar. What it does is to update some of the tables in respect to the period after 2020, taking it up to 2023.
Yeah.
Weather's data.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, just, it's not identical, but the similarities just, so when the inspector has them, you can have some sort of context.
No,
or whether
that's fair.
all right, thank you. Now, in your proof at paragraph 2.10,
This is my proof of evidence.
your proof of evidence, yes. Do you have that?
Yes.
Thank you. You say that since 2016, 8 Speedway teams have gone into administration. Yeah?
Yes.
And this feeds into table 4.2 of core document 3.2, in other words, the April 2023 update. Yep.
Okay.
Is that right?
Table 3.2.
3.2, yes. So 258, CD 2.58 becomes CD 3.2 in April 2003. And on the internal page 12, 15 of the PDF, we have table 4.2, number of Speedway teams competing in BSPA leagues. Yeah? I'm sorry? Page 14. PDF. Have you got that?
Yes, I have now.
Great, thank you. Now, Mr. Morris gave evidence. Now, something you said in chief, under cross-examination from Mr. Richards this morning. You weren't here when he gave evidence.
No.
Did have you listened to it online?
No.
Okay. Well, he gave evidence. Have you read his statement?
I have, but it would be useful.
Yep.
If I need more in documents in front of it, it would be useful to have the document in front
Yep,
of me if you
okay.
do want to bring it up.
Let's. Yep. 16.4.2.
Okay.
Thank you. He gave evidence on page 8 of that document.
That's PDF page 8, is it?
It'd probably be about 9, I think. Let me just check that.
PDF page 9.
9.
Right. Okay.
He gave evidence that and this is the middle of that page, directly responding to your evidence, your main proof.
Yeah.
He said, as far as I'm aware, only Eastbourne, Newcastle and Workington have gone into administration. Well,
Yep.
now, that it was not put to him that that was in error. but you weren't here at the time, so that's not... Madam, for your note, an learned friend's question was expressed in terms in cross-examination, a brief cross-examination starting at about 12:30, expressed in terms of 8 teams having disappeared. Not gone into the mystery, simply disappeared. And the witness said, well, hang on, there are a couple which have reappeared, but also the question, my point is, and talked about, no, well, just answer my question about disappeared. Now, it was not put to you in chief, or you didn't give evidence in chief, anything. You didn't even refer to what Mr. Morris had said, because you'd read you were aware of what he was saying in his statement before you gave your evidence. You haven't sought to address or acknowledge that Mr. Morris, who knows rather more with respect than you do about Speedway, he has given direct evidence on something on which he was not cross-examined, even though the opportunity was there, and even though you give evidence which contradicts that, or seeks to contradict that. Yes?
I think you need to point out where I'm contradicting it.
Well, you say, paragraph 210 of your proof of evidence, that 8 Speedway teams have gone into administration.
Yeah.
Mr. Morris says, no, only 3 have, so far as he is aware. Yep.
Okay.
And he also said that land tenure issues had resulted in the closure of 4 of the tracks referred to by you. And that's also on page 8 of his written statement.
Well, that's what he says, yes.
Yeah. Well, yes. You acknowledged in examination chief for the first time that Workington had restarted.
Yes, that did go into administration, and it is
Yeah.
is actually a new club which has taken the name Workington Comets. So if we're going to be accurate, that club did cease, and this club has taken its name.
Yeah, but that's not in your... When did you know that they had reopened?
Quite recently, because I did some more work to try and
So
ensure that I arrived at this.
Sorry. After you put in your proof, was it in the last 2 weeks after the rebuttals had been received?
Yes.
Just one point of detail. Do you know the Workington site yourself?
No, I don't,
No.
because it's not the Derwent Park Stadium, it's a new training track site, so I haven't been there.
But if I put it to you, I have you to check that it's, I think you said it's the reopening of the training track. In fact, it's a brand new track on the site of the training track with spectator facilities. We're not
I
going
believe,
to...
yes, I said yesterday they installed
Yeah,
1,200 seats, I think.
Thank you. So brand new track on the site of the former training track with spectator facilities and
Spectator seats. Yes.
seats. Thank you. Mr. Morris also referred to Oxford reopening. Your April update did not refer to Oxford at all,
true.
nor did your proof.
That's correct.
Thank you. So, in terms of Mr. Morris's position, you accept that he is steeped in Speedway. He knows a lot about Speedway. He's been doing it for far longer than you've...
True enough.
Yeah.
Yes.
And his view, with greater knowledge with respect than yours, therefore, is that the majority of the disappearances, as it was put, were not to do with viability, but because of land tenure issues.
That's his view.
Yeah.
It's not an evidenced view, it's a view.
Well, it is evidence. He's given the view from his knowledge.
It's an opinion.
Well, that's his evidence, knowing about the site and travelling around the country, quite apart from the world,
Yep.
living, breathing Speedway since he's about 16, if not younger. Yeah?
That's true. His view is land tenure. Our view is it's low. It's declining revenues, declining interest, declining spectators.
Well, that's your view. I'm looking to see what the evidence for that is.
Both ways, yeah.
See whether in terms of number of whether the reason for teams disappearing, you accept 2 have come back, whether Oxford and Workington, but whether the reasons why they disappeared was because they're not viable. We're saying that only 3 had gone into administration. If only 3 had gone into administration, in other words, 5 hadn't, and the reason for the other 5, or certainly 4 of the 5, we don't know the 5th, I suppose, were to do with land tenure issues.
In Mr. Morris's opinion, yes.
Yeah, but if the inspector accepts that, the decline in interest or participation is not demonstrated by you in terms of the number of teams which have disappeared. That the fact the number of teams has disappeared, the number of teams disappeared, doesn't make your point that there's a decline, some terminal decline in interest in the sport.
I think the combination of the reduction in audiences where there's evidence in teams and in TV revenues is indicative of a decline in interest in the sport.
Yeah, I'm focusing first. I'll come to the other points. Don't worry. Okay. I'm just saying, taking each issue in turn, Mr. Morris has given very clear evidence, far more authoritative, if I may say so, than your evidence.
That's a submission point. That's not a question point.
Well, I'll put it...
That's a submission point. I mean, it's a matter for you ultimately to decide what the evidence is.
I'll pass it. There we are. Okay.
Phrase it in a question, Mr. Humphrey.
No, that's fine. We'll go to the decline in viewership, another of the factors which you are praying in aid. And that's your proof, paragraph 2.11. You talk about average TV viewing numbers falling from 2008 onwards, yes?
Yes.
Mr. Morris, again in his evidence, his written evidence, referred to the 100 million euros investment over 10 years by Warner Brothers Discovery Channel for various Speedway promotion and broadcast rights. Yeah. And also to a 7-figure annual sum investment in UK League Speedway by Warner Brothers Discovery. Yeah. He also referred to British Speedway Network live stream subscription broadcast service.
Yes.
And also the fact that some Speedway clubs also have their own commercially viable streaming service.
That's what he said.
Yeah. And he said that between Eurosport, Discovery Plus and British Speedway Network, in combination, some 72 Speedway meetings will be broadcast live in 2023.
Take your word for it?
Yeah. Well, it's Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris's word for it. I beg
thank you
your
very
pardon.
much. Yes.
Okay.
Are you seriously suggesting that Warner Brothers Discovery, etc., would suggest investing such sums if the sport was in terminal decline?
I'm not suggesting anything in relation to that. All we've done is report on the available data and evidence.
Well, you've got available data there from Mr. Morris. Are you seriously...
Well, you're talking about money. You're not talking about numbers. You're not talking about attendances and other things. So it may well be that those will follow. It may well be that they don't follow.
I'm taking each factor into... If you're not fair to me, I've got to be fair to you. You be fair and answer the question. Madam, I'll ask you to assist, please, because I'd like, just as you want, I can't give an estimate of time if I don't get the support. Factor by factor,
Right.
Factor by factor, the decline in viewership does not support, that you refer to, the evidence given by Mr. Morris in particular about Warner Brothers does not support the suggestion that this is a declining, terminally declining sport, does it?
No,
Speedway.
But I wouldn't expect him to. He's a promoter of the sport.
Well, leave aside Mr. Morris. What about Warner Brothers Discovery? Are they novices in this area, or are they entirely very, very successful company?
I've no idea.
No.
They're a successful company, undoubtedly. I don't know what their background is in Speedway.
So that's just your speculation then. Do you imagine that as a company, just as your clients would presumably look into things carefully, due diligence, do you expect Warner Brothers simply to be mad and not have done any?
No, I think they've looked into World Speedway and they've made a decision.
Okay. And there's no reference in your proof or the Speedway viability assessment to Mr. Osborne's plans for Swindon, which include Speedway and stock car racing. That suggests, on its face, does it not, that he and Gaming Limited and all those involved in Swindon believe that Speedway and stock car racing can be viable.
I think you better ask Mr. Osborne about that.
Well, haven't you asked him?
No,
Why not?
I haven't seen him.
You've never met him?
We consulted him actually as part of our report,
Yeah.
so I think you should take it up with Mr.
Well,
Osborne.
no, I would like to know why you, because I remind myself because it's plastered over every front. You talk about quality, integrity and professionalism. I'm not seeking to impugn at all your professionalism or your integrity, but the quality of a report surely is to be judged by my own clients are saying they think, when I say my own clients, people I'm referring to, the people I'm calling, they themselves are promoting, looking for a site for Speedway and stock cars in the Swindon area. How does that sit with my suggestion that there's no interest? It's a terminally decline for Speedway and stock car racing.
As I said, I think you have to ask Mr. Osborne.
No, why haven't you, in terms of quality, why haven't you sought to send an email? You didn't have to meet him, send him an email. Can you explain why?
No.
I'm sure this line is helping, but it would be useful. Do you have an opinion on this particular point? I know you've referred to other witnesses, but do you have a personal view?
All I can do is, in a sense, keep repeating myself. We've picked up on all the available evidence and data and used that in the absence of other information or the fact that the data and evidence is limited. We've taken what is there and done our best with that to ensure that we present what we think is a realistic picture of the situation.
I can't take that further, thank you. I'll carry on, thank you. Madam, just for your note, CD 1020, which is one of our representations in August 2021, page 53, see that these are points in relation to viewership which were raised back in over 2 years ago by SCS. You read
Sorry to interrupt. Can I? My battery is running down.
Yes, sure.
Computer. Can I
Yes,
plug it in? Thank you.
No, quite reasonable. Every new invention has its own drawbacks. It's not to say we shouldn't. Yeah. Sorry, say that.
Fortunately, you are plugged in, so that's...
Yes, I was about to say. Sounds a bit like me. I'm belt and bracing it, this as well. I remember we lost the internet at an inquiry, and everyone was absolutely floored. And I said, "You're welcome to borrow my papers." No. I'd marked them all up.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I go on to the third factor. So we've looked at speedway teams going into administration or not. We've looked at viewership, if that's the correct term. Number of speedway teams. You refer in your, or KKP's update, CD 3.2, the April 2023, table 4.2, this is the point at which you refer to that point. Just so I can be clear, this update, again, was that, is this something which the legwork, to put it that way, was done by the same person who did
Yes.
the... Yeah, okay. Now, I'd like you also to have to hand CD 1020, which is the objections made by SCS back on 18th of August 2021. And for those who have it at their fingertips, it's page 54 internal. I know Mr. Goatley is going to add. There we are. That is remarkable, really. Has it got a front? Oh, actually, it's not. Does it use yeah. Because number. Yes, I can see why. Number page one. Thank you. So page 54. That's great. Do you have that, Mr.
I have it, yes.
Good. Now, if we first of all look at your table 4.2, do you see the year 2006? That's the first column. The fourth column is National Development League. See that?
Yeah.
And in that fourth column for 2006, it gives the figure of 18 teams.
Yeah.
All right, and that feeds across to the total. 43. Turn me off. Thanks. That feeds to the total of 43, which is significantly higher than, casting our eyes down, significantly higher than any other figure in that total column.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, in CD 1020, some 2 years ago now, my clients drew attention, if you look at page 54,
Yep.
they were responding then, and you can see in the middle of the page, they're responding to there's a caption, page 12, and that's page 12 of the 2020 Speedway Viability Assessments that had been submitted.
Okay.
Right? We don't need to turn that up because I think it's basically a similar point. Because the point that was then being made, same point it's now being made, is that from a high of 43 teams participating in 2006, there are now just 26. There's been a particularly sharp year-on-year decline from 2016 onwards. My clients said this: the team data shown in table 4.2 contains inaccuracies. Bullet point 1,
Yep.
the first thing to note is the figure of 43 teams quoted for 2006. This is wrong. In 2006, there were indeed 11 in the Premiership, so that's SGB Premiership, the second column, 14 in the Championship, so that figure in your table 4.2 is correct. But the National League comprised 8, not 18, meaning the total should be 33. Now, you haven't acknowledged that point.
No, I haven't.
have you investigated it? Are you happy to accept that that figure is
I will
wrong?
accept it.
Thank you.
I do. Sorry, questions.
Yes. And actually, I will ask you, please, just so that we can see this. In the 2020 SVA, so that's core document 258, could we just see what we're then looking at in relation to that? It's the commentary under the then table 4.2.
Do you want me to go and find this document?
Sorry.
Would you like me to go and find this document?
Yes, please. Because it's slight change between that and...
So, Chloe,
repeat
what the document was again, please.
Yes, quite. CD 2.58.
Okay.
On page 12, which I think would be 14 PDF.
Right.
Under table 4.2, it was then being said, in total there's been a 40% contraction in teams when compared to the 2007 season and a 21% decline from the 2016 season. Now, to assist the inspector, it seems to us that actually that was an error. The 40% contraction then being asserted was taking the 43 figure, 2006, which we've accepted was wrong.
Yes.
It should be 10 fewer than that, 33. So it wouldn't. So the 40% contraction was comparing to the 2006 season, and then one has the figures, the percentage figures decline from the 2016 season. And if you go on to your CD 3.2 to help the inspector, what you've done is to put in the data from 2019, the years from 2019, and underneath that, you said taking account of all formats of the sport in which teams are run. So just pausing there, we've dropped the 40% contraction point. Yeah. Just said in total by 2023, there's been a 27% decline from the levels being fielded in the 2016 season.
Yep.
Okay. If we look we bear in mind that the table 4.2 reflects the disappearance, as it was put, of 8 teams, isn't it?
Yes.
Because that's the updates reflecting.
Because they're not competing, yeah.
Okay, and we remind ourselves in respect of Coventry Club, that had 2 teams. Mm-hmm. That was the Coventry Bees and Storm. So that is why we get the figure, let's say 2016, 33 going down to 24, 9. That's the 8 teams, or the 8 teams, including the 9th of the Storm, because they were in the, yeah, okay, you're in agreement with that. So 33 going down 24. So the inspector can see how that first factor links into the number of speedway teams and the reasons for them going, whether they went into administration or whether other reasons. But that's, when we come to look at table 4.2, it's 33 down to 24 in 2023. Yeah? Thank you. Then the number of events in relation to Coventry Bees, if we stay within core document 3.2 and go to page 8, that's the 4th factor, the number of events.
Sorry, this is the April 2023 report.
Yes.
PDF page 10.
Paragraph would be better for me, sorry.
3.9.
Thank you.
3.9.
Yep. We have table 3.1 just within 3.9. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. And that's identical, just for the inspector's note, that's the identical table to the one in CD 258, the December 2020, and one can see that it just goes up to 2016. There's no more recent data in relation to that. But keeping that open and going to core document 1020 at page 47, so this is our representations back in August of 2021. We pointed out errors over 2 years ago in relation to the statistics there being referred to. Again, I see you're looking at them. Just give me a chance to glance through.
Yeah, you're talking about the third bullet point now.
Yes. Well, under the heading of the year 2000 on page 47, you said, because just the sentence before the heading 2000, to highlight the failings, we can look at the 2000 figure of 33 fixtures and the 2013 figure of 19 fixtures, which have been used by the applicants to suggest a decline. Yeah. Okay. And then we said 2000, for the year 2000, they've mistakenly counted 4 meetings which were postponed due to poor weather. These were rearranged and staged at a later date, meaning they have double counted them. The team were very successful that year in 2 cup competitions, reaching the semi-final and final of both the Knockout Cup and Craven Shield, resulting in 4 additional home meetings. In addition, Brandon staged a testimonial meeting for a long-serving rider, the British Championship Final, the Midland Trophy, the FIM World Championship British Grand Prix, the FIM World Team Cup, and the Elite League Riders' Championship. For 2013, by contrast, the team had a poor season, finishing bottom of the league, meaning they did not have the additional playoff fixtures. In that year, the club only staged 2 additional fixtures, the Brandonapolis, I suppose the Indianapolis, and the British Under-9 final. Now, you've had that for 2 years. You haven't corrected or sought to correct it or written and said we've got it wrong. Have you researched it?
I can't comment as to what my colleague did, but I can only acknowledge what you're saying.
Okay. Thank you. Now, so far as stock car events, if we just, whilst we have, let's go to your CD 3.2, please. So that's the April update. And we go to paragraph 5.5. Your point, stock cars, I appreciate it's not the main focus of this document, but you do touch upon it. 5.5, you say you refer to 37 speedway fixtures in addition to 9 stock car fixtures. And you go on to say that given this volume of activity, and tested during consultation with providers of other facilities, it was deemed to be nowhere near sufficient for a viable operation. Just pausing there, please. Mr. Carter gave evidence in chief He referred, just to help the inspector remember this, that stock car racing has been taking place at Brandon Stadium since 1954, and generally it was the first Saturday in the month. Do you recall that? Yep. And he gave evidence that there were not just 9 stock car meetings in 2016, which is the year you're referring to, 5.5 of 2.3, but there were 7 other stock car events which had been missed off from that, from your paragraph. Do you accept that?
Well, I accept that Mr. Carter said that, yes.
Yeah. But it's not the first time it's been said. Let's look at hang on. Please, I'm just looking up the reference in CD 1020. Yes, here it is. Yeah, that's it. It's page 49. Add to it probably makes the PDF. So probably 51. Oh, it's 49. Sorry, we're on that one. Thank you. No, I know. It's a mistake I only try and make once a day. Okay, so yes, so this was a point. Do you see on page number internal page 49? That point, it's not a new point. He was saying there back in 2016 it was the 9 plus 7. They omit to include the 7 Star Tracks events, and it gives the dates 12th of March 2023. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Again, do you accept? You're not disputing what SCS and Mr. Carter said, no? Now, I just want, staying within CD 3.2, the April 2023, it's the same as before. At paragraph 1.7, on the page 2, which is probably PDF 4, he says nervously. So this is 3.2, 1.7. Thank you. Thank you. You referred to discussions with the CEO Gaming International. That's Mr. Osborne, is it?
I can't tell you who those were off the top of my head.
Did you write this, or did someone else write it?
Someone else wrote it and I edited it.
I'm sorry?
My colleague wrote it and I edited it. So.
Okay. Are you able to help us, the owner of Swindon Robbins Speedway?
No.
It's a name, I don't know, but if I mention the name Terry Russell to you, does that sound familiar to you?
I would have to speak to my colleague.
Okay.
I apologise, I don't know.
Okay. And the former chairman is going to say an answer. Former chairman, British Speedway Promoters
I
Association.
have got those names somewhere. I was scratching around to try and find
Yeah.
a bit of paper for that.
Again, it's a point we've raised before in our objections.
Yeah, okay. So, we spoke with Neil Vatcher, the Speedway Control Board Coordinator, on the 14th of December 2020.
14th December.
December 2020, and we spoke to Terry Russell, so you were correct, former chair promoter, Swindon Robbins, on the 8th of December 2020. So those are names I can give you.
You don't know. So the ones you can't, you're not sure about the CEO Gaming International, but the former chairman of BSPA.
That's Mr. Sorry, I've got Terry Russell down here as the former chair of BSPA and former chair promoter of Swindon Robbins.
So he's both of those?
Yes.
I see. So consulted Terry Russell, those two capacities, former chairman, thank you. And excellent. Mr. Russell, I'm instructed, was a chairman of the BSPA between 1996 to 1998. So could you check that? That's a quarter of a century ago. Yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
He's still the former chair, so.
If I'm inaccurate on my instructions, then I'm happy to be corrected for the inquiry to be involved. I didn't want to mislead, but those are my instructions. So that's, and so far as the communication with Mr. Vatcher, 14th of December, that was by your colleague with him, was it?
Yes.
And was that in writing, an email? Or?
That would have been a verbal.
A
interview.
verbal.
Yeah, verbal consultation.
Verbal consultation.
We were referred to him by the ACU, by a chap called Neil Doctor from the ACU, who's the ACU General Secretary, as I understand it.
And there was simply the extent of the consultation with Mr. Vatcher was a single communication by telephone on the 14th of December 2020. Is that it?
It was either a telephone or a Teams interview, yes.
And that's it.
Thomas, where is this leading?
No,
I'm not quite sure how relevant it is to my consideration, that's all.
no, well, Madam, I think it's in terms of knowing a witness comes along, people said, we've consulted with these people. Some of these are part of the national governing bodies. It's highly relevant to know that, for example, Mr. Russell was part of this. It was back a quarter of a century ago. Okay, and it's also, he also happens to be the same as Swindon Robbins Speedway, so that's one person. Mr. Osborne, we're going to hear from him, and the third person, one communication, so far as we're aware, with the current coordinator of Speedway Control Board. It's just when we're saying what is...
I understand where you're going. That's all right.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I can't... I hope it's helpful. I don't... Just as when a learned friend asked perfectly properly, what's the basis, what's the source of this, what's etc. That's why we do it. I'm sorry, it's the boring part of cross-examination.
It's a bit laboured, that's all. I'm just wondering where it was heading.
I have to give the witness, it has to be laboured because the witness, I've got to give the witness...
I appreciate it. It's all right. You continue. That's all right.
Thank you very much, madam. And I'm sorry if you think it was laboured.
You just confessed it was.
I didn't admit it was laboured. I'm sorry?
You continue anyway, please.
I said, I'm sorry if you think it was laboured.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, I'd like to turn briefly, relatively briefly, to the 3G pitch issue, please.
Okay.
The 2021 feasibility study was updated in 2023. There are some significant changes about the club's interests in the 2023 document, and it's on that document, as I understand it, that you now rely.
Yes.
Okay. One matter, please. You referred numerous times to the 5-mile radius that you looked at?
That's the standard
Yeah.
that Sport England insists upon.
Yeah. If we look, please, at appendix at CD 1020, appendix 13. PDF 77, did you say? This was a football pitch analysis put in by SCS some 2 years ago. One can see the source underneath of Pitch Finder. An asterisk takes us down to the fact it's largest database of football pitches in England, etc. And then underneath that, the last 2 lines of this page, distance, travel, time source, RAC route finder. Yes?
Yeah.
If we cast our eye down on the left-hand side, about 4/5 the way down, something of that order, St Finbarr's Sports Ground.
Yeah.
That refers to that being at some 10.3 miles from Brandon. Is that the same as the St Finbarr's team headquarters that you've been relying on?
No, I don't think so. But
You don't think it...
No, I would have to check. My
Could you
colleague
check
wrote
that?
report.
Because
yes, I can do, yes.
we saw earlier where they were north of Coventry.
These figures, the references to those clubs came from the Birmingham County FA, as those being within the catchment. So
Well,
it wasn't just us selecting them; they were.
No, but could you check that? Because
I can check it. Yes.
Because it may be St Finbarr's have a club and it's separate from the sports ground,
Yes.
but the distance. And could you also check on that basis one of the other consultees or people you contacted, which is Mount Nod Football Club?
Can I also point out that Pitch Finder is not the definitive source. Active Places Power, Sport England, is the definitive source of all this information.
Okay.
So
Well, if you could
Pitch
just...
Finder is a
I'm
commercial
not,
entity. So
I just want to
Yeah.
check.
I'm
If
happy
you
to-
just check 10 point, and also
Mount
Nod Football Club, we believe that's some 8.6 miles from Brandon. If you could just check that, please.
we can do.
And in your proof of evidence, in evidence in chief this morning, sorry, I think it's in your update, July 23, CD 3.2, beg your pardon.
Sorry, which CD is this?
Sorry.
I've got a lot open here.
3 point, oh, sorry, sorry, 3.1. Wrong update, thank you.
And which document is it?
Close that. They all look the same.
Yes, 3.1, the artificial grass pitch feasibility study.
Oh, fine.
Sorry, just-
Happy.
At 3.67 on page 21, paragraph 3.67, you refer to the aspirations
Yes.
that exist, such as at second line, Alvis Sports and Social Club, Cardinal Newman School and Culloden Castle Sports Centre. Right? You see those aspirations
Yes.
there, and I know what you said about the aspirations, but you refer to those three as having the aspirations of clubs for 3G, and that on that, if you took out those aspirations, then the 103 to 112 teams would come down to 27 to 36.
That's what it says.
Yep, thank you.
I have to say that two of those, they're not club aspirations, they're school and sports centre aspirations. So you said that two of those facilities relate to, two of those referenced are facilities with aspirations, not clubs.
No, I know. I'm taking it, trying to cut through, but rather than labelling it. If we go, the source for that conclusion, if we go to page 14 and paragraph 325,
Yes.
we've got, you say how you approach, you refer to your 5-mile radius, you refer to 10 teams that were contacted. Of the 10, 9 had responded to consultation requests, all right, so that's 9.
Yes.
5 of the responsive clubs, so 5 of the 9, identified that they'd have demand to use a 3G pitch, that was 103.
Correct.
Okay, and those clubs you set out, Alvis, Christ the King, Coventry, Copswood, Lawford and St Finbarrs. Just on that, I think only Lawford, just as a matter of fact, just so only Lawford are in Rugby Borough. Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. And then, in respect of each of those, when we get on to paragraph 330 onwards, you go through each one of those. So if we look at 331, you refer then to an aspiration exists in regard to establishing a full-size 3G pitch at Alvis.
Yes.
Okay, and then 332, similarly Christ the King, in discussions with Holy Cross Catholic Multi-Academy Company for a 3G development at Cardinal Newman School.
Yes.
Yes. And then 333, Coventry Copswood, the last sentence, just to take it briefly, an aspiration exists to convert the pitch at Culloden, that's how it's pronounced, Castle Sports Centre. And those are the 3 that you're referring to, related to the aspirations in your 367. Yes. Yeah, that's... Thank you.
We would always report this as part of this because these have to be absolutely nailed on. So all of this is in this sort of report because all of this should be here. They are, however, aspirations. There are no plans.
Well, yeah, I've heard what you said. I'm just
no, you're right.
Just ringing. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just add to that? 3.68 says, it should be noted that none of the site options are in development or even planning stage at this time.
Yeah, you've said that,
Okay.
and I'm not suggesting that they are. I've heard the evidence. Okay. The Sky Blues in the community. CD 10.5 was their July 2021, one of their consultation responses. I think it's the most recent document that we have from them. Could we just turn that up, please?
CD 10.5. Okay.
And if you cast your eye down there, there's a paragraph, the letter does not confirm any support for the proposals at the Brandon site prior to planning permission being granted. Discussions regarding the management of the proposed pitch have been very brief, with no agreement in place, and we've had no input to the programme of use or the cost projections outlined in that business plan. Is that still the position?
Well, people don't commit to a project that isn't yet happening.
I'm sorry?
I said agencies don't commit to a project that isn't yet happening.
But in terms of, is that still the position? Discussion has been very brief, no agreement in place, and they've had no input to the programme of use or the cost projections.
No, because they shouldn't, because we do that as a neutral exercise, not something that's skewed by Sky Blues' interest.
Thank you. And help me with this, please. I don't ask you to turn this up and take too long. The playing pitches strategy for rugby 2015, I know you say, that referred to the estimate for construction of a 3G pitch full size. I think the figure was something in the range of £965,000. That was obviously 2015 prices. can I assume that that's gone up since then? Like,
You certainly can. Yes.
and what sort of, roughly?
So I 1.2, I would guess at least, depending on the size of the pitch, the topography. There's a whole range of factors that influence
But in
that,
terms,
it's gone up substantially.
in the
Yes.
terms of the pitch you're proposing, or that's being envisaged here, is it going to be good quality pitch, good size?
Yes, I think the developer would be committed to installing it to FA and Football Foundation standards, which means using a particular supplier, which are tied to particular standards of pitch construction.
And is that's we'll look at the 106 in due course, see that's the commitment. Thank you. And the pavilion, have you any idea? I mean, I think we've been told it's 300 or 302 square metres. Do you have a sort of broad ballpark for what the pavilion might?
No, I'm sorry. You'd have to ask someone.
It's not within your...
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And just help me, please. There was reference to the dowry,
Yes.
or a dowry, somewhat old-fashioned concept perhaps
Yes.
now. I say as father of two daughters. But
Same here.
anyway, but the just so I understand it, I can't. What is the amount that is in this dowry? I don't think we've heard anything about it.
I think the dowry will relate to the scale and cost of the developments and the other bits and pieces involved. So I don't have the exact figure, but you can ask.
Yeah, but have you got any idea?
I think it's probably a question for Mr. Hoop.
No, but you've got to be sure of the viability of this proposal. How much is it going to? What sort of dowry is being proposed?
I don't know, but I know it will relate to a percentage of the build cost.
And the pavilion and the pitch will be built by the house builder in due course. Is that right?
The pavilion may be built by the house builder. It would be unusual to have the pitch installed by anybody other than a recognised Football Foundation supplier.
And neither of those, pavilion or otherwise, the house builder and the company which will install lay the pitch, etc. They aren't signed up at this stage.
No, it's clearly pending this
Yeah.
process.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
No, but I mean, in terms, well, you may not know in respect to the house builder, but there's been no suggestion there's a house builder who's signed up with an option or a conditional sales
Not to my
agreement.
knowledge, no.
Okay. Not as far as you. Is that? Do you know anything about that? Is anyone
No.
involved? Okay.
That's a question for my colleagues.
Okay. Just pause there. Mr. Reedy, thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
Okay then, thank you very much, Mr. Humphreys. Mr. Goatley, then, anything in re-examination, please?
Yes, please. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Eadie, you were invited to go on a number of transports of delight with my learned friend Mr. Richards, one of which was up to Bury in order to... Yes.
It's Bury, actually, not Bury.
It's Bury.
Being a northerner, sorry.
I sit corrected, ma'am.
It's Bury if you're local, yes. Yeah.
Right, it's Bury, okay. This is tomatoes and tomatoes, but anyway.
Exactly.
I'll just suitably be caught in the crossfire.
Oh.
But where, Mr. Humphreys, where? Now, in respect of that particular club, do you know anything in terms of its attendances and why Berry went into administration?
Well, Bury went into administration because the club was mismanaged.
If there had been a proposal for the redevelopment of that particular facility and its pitch, what would have been the position of Sport England in that guise?
It would have had a position on the pitch, but not on the stadium.
And what would be its position on the pitch?
Well, its standard position is to oppose pending MPFF application.
Thank you very much. Now, you were asked by learned friend Mr. Richards to go to the ANOG document, CD 15.1.4. Don't worry, just tell me whenever you get there, that's all right.
Okay.
That particular document and the methodology contained in it,
Yes.
is that a document which has been drawn up with stadium and spectator use in mind?
No.
Mr. Richards sought to invite you to adopt and utilise it for the purposes of stadium spectator attendance and use. In your view, is it appropriate to simply try and adopt a document prepared for one purpose for another?
No, it isn't.
You were asked to look at the general stages on the PDF page 3. This was the light blue, purple, brown type colours.
Yes.
Beyond the headings that are identified there, prepare and tailor the approach, gather information on supply and demand, assessment, bringing the information together. How much of the remainder of the document beyond those headings, in your view, would be beneficially utilisable for the purposes of either methodology or analysis?
I'm not really quite sure how to respond to that. It's the first stage is, frankly, what you would expect to do in almost any exercise.
That's stage A.
Stage A, yes. The other stage is supply and demand. There are clearly defined ways in which one could quantify demand for many or most participation sports, including the active lives survey. That's simply.
Sorry, could you sit?
Sorry, there are many ways in which you can quantify demand for many of the sports to which this would apply, because they are picked up by the active lives survey because they are participation sports, and there is therefore a way to quantify demand, which therefore makes the ANOG process relevant. That's not so with spectators.
I understand. Just to make perhaps some form of observation or parallel in respect to it, perhaps we can have a look at one feature which is alighted on as a feature of that second heading relating to quality.
Yeah.
Could you have a look at PDF page 35?
This same PDF.
Same PDF.
Yeah. Yes, got it.
There's a purple box there. Do you have that?
The one that talks about the two key aspects of quality.
Two key aspects of quality. When capturing details on the quality of facilities, the audit, because it was for a different purpose, looking at the audit process, should therefore focus on two key aspects. First of which is condition, the general age, appeal, fabric of the facility, and ancillary provision, e.g. changing provision. Is the facility attractive, and does it meet the needs and expectations of users? Second one, fitness for purpose. The technical specification, i.e. do the facilities and ancillary facilities meet current recommended standards for the playing of the relevant sports at the appropriate levels, such as dimensions, height, width, runoff, flooring and lighting. If one were to utilise either of those identified key aspects of quality, just if you were using it from a spectator point of view, how would the Brandon Stadium be assessed in context of those two factors?
Based upon all the evidence I've heard and all the reports, I think it would struggle.
It would struggle. Now, I recognise policy is essentially going to be for Mr. Hooper to deal with, but whether in the NPPF or in Sport England's remit, are there any particular policies which are set out as to stadiums and how those are meant to be treated in a policy sense by either the Secretary of State or Sport England as a statutory consultee? Else that is no.
No.
So far as the Sport England attribute is concerned, is there any imperative to retain any particular stadiums as stadiums?
All right, Mr. Humphreys.
That was a no.
That was a no, yeah.
It was
I
a
think
no, I beg your pardon.
It was a nod. It was a shake of the head, I think, rather than a, yeah.
Easily done, Mr. Humphreys. Now, you were pressed upon the evidence of Mr. Morris, who gave evidence to the inquiry. Just so as we're clear, is there any published Speedway strategy, either discreetly dealing with facilities or where facilities is a component of that strategy?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Now, my learned friend put to you that for Speedway you need motorcycles, you need people, and you need somewhere to race around. Have you seen set out here any evidence that there is an absence of locations where Speedway can be raced, such that Speedway riders are unable to avail themselves of Speedway tracks?
No. That was a no, sorry.
That was a no. So far as Mr. Morris was concerned, he was unable to assist us with any figures on attendances at Speedway. Whether at Brandon or Speedway more generally. For the purposes of assessing and identifying way forwards for a sport, do you find that a common approach?
No, I think one would expect to see some sort of validation of demand manifest in figures.
So far as Oxford is concerned, because we've been told that there were certain plans, expectations, and those have been exceeded, have you seen any plans or any documentary material to indicate what any such plans were and what, if anything, has been delivered in context of any such plans?
No, I haven't seen any.
In context of that, any business plan or the like for Oxford?
No.
It was put to you by Mr. Richards that what the planning system should do is should give SCS or the like a chance. So far as whether Sport England or any national policy is concerned, are you aware of any policy that would underpin such an approach?
No, I'm not. No.
Turning to Mr. Richards, I'm dealing with this sequentially. Mr. Richards then looked at the 3G pitch and talked about the, I think it's 2015 rugby playing pitch strategy. Now, as I understand it, by common consent, there is a requirement for at least one playing pitch as at the current date based upon that strategy.
On 3G pitch, yes.
One 3G, I do beg your pardon, one 3G pitch. How many 3G pitches did that playing pitch strategy seek to identify to promote during the currency of that playing pitch strategy?
Well, it doesn't promote a particular venue. It simply says that there is a need for.
And what was the level of need that identified?
In 2015?
Yeah.
Well, as far as I can know, it was one pitch.
Now, I think you indicated that the playing pitch strategy has a
Shelf life.
Shelf life of how long?
It has a shelf life of 3 years if it's not updated, 5 years if it is renewed, and at 8 years it would be deemed to be Sport England would in effect not take any notice of it in the context of a process.
So during that period of whether it's 3, 5 or, as we now know, 8 years, has that one pitch ever been provided?
Not to my knowledge, no.
When we've heard a number of entreaties that there should be this discussion, that discussion, Bob should talk to Terry, and then there's Mike, and they might have priorities here or where. Yeah. How would you evaluate that process of consultation in circumstances where, over a playing pitch strategy unrenewed, and over a period of 8 years, even the one pitch has not been provided.
I think it reflects what Mr. Allen said about the, to a degree, opportunistic nature of pitches. The playing pitch strategy or related assessment provides evidence of need. How that need is met depends on who wishes to have a 3G pitch on their premises, whether it's a school or another entity, the extent to which they can persuade the Football Foundation or other funders of the value of that proposal. And then it goes ahead. And as soon as that pitch is in, the nature of the demand equation changes because an element of that demand has thus been catered for.
Since 2015, is there any indication in respect of any of the aspirations that have been trailed before us that any of those aspirations have secured funding or have a higher prospect of funding than they have done in the past?
No.
You were also asked about whether this is in the right place. Is there any policy, whether from Sport England, the NPPF or otherwise, that provides a direction for policymakers to determine what is the right place?
No, the right place is determined by the extent to which there is need in the what you might deem to be the catchment, which is fairly clearly defined in the PBS guidance and by Sport England.
Now, you were also asked about, well, is this suboptimal? Because I think the implication was that people might have to travel, having regard to the plan which was contained in your report. In arriving at a 3G pitch need assessment, is there any simple proximity principle for the purposes of locating any such pitches?
Well, yes, there's assumed drive time catchment, which is broadly covered by the radial catchment described.
And that radial catchment is how far?
The radial catchment is 5 miles.
5 miles. But beyond that, in some kind of crude gravity sense, is there any direction to say, oh, well, that's 2 miles and that's better than 3 miles?
Yeah, and in urban settings, drive time catchments can be slower. So in our GIS processes, we measure drive time catchments as well as radial catchments, so that, in effect, there's an accurate supposition with regard to the extent to which it's accessible for the range of people that may use it.
What drive time do you assume?
20 minutes.
20 minutes?
I think it's 20 minutes. I'd have to double check that, but I think it's 20-minute drive time.
Okay, if you can put that on the homework check.
It's 20-minute neighbourhoods, doesn't it? And
Sorry?
it probably relates to 20-minute neighbourhoods and that.
Possibly.
Approach.
I think it's... Yeah, I will double check it.
Now, in context of the Birmingham City FA and its observations about demand, I think it was a matter I put to Mr. Allen, but you having been quizzed on that point, I may put to you, as far as Friday nights and football occupancy or football activity is concerned, what tends to happen and why?
Well, Friday night's typically, for clubs, not a popular evening because a lot of them play on Saturdays and they don't want to be training on the night before. So Friday night occupancy is typically a combination of recreational football. If, for example, if Sky Blues and the community were to run it, they would probably try and find ways to put programs like walking football or man versus fat on there. But Friday night traditionally is a night not allocated for the use of clubs.
Got the walking football, man versus what was it?
Man versus fat.
Man versus fat?
Yes. I know, I thought that might have some resonance here.
I just wanted to check that my learned friend wasn't going to object at that point. But
Renee, Mrs. Richards would be signing me up.
We look forward to the video, Mr. Richards. We look forward. There were a series of questions which were all really iterations on a theme, which was, what's the chance or likelihood of teams ceasing to occupy and operate at a pitch such that a pitch fails. I asked Mr. Allen about this, and we've got his answers, which he was unable to identify any circumstances where that's occurred. Your experience of dealing with 3G pitches, standalone or in combination, in your experience, is this likelihood or chance or prospect or any of the other terms used, is that something which is of a magnitude where it is material in your view to the decisions to be made here?
No. If a team is getting a good deal and good arrangements at a venue, it tends to stay.
Thank you very much. You were taken to your 3G pitch 3.1, CD 3.1.
Okay.
And you were asked to look at the table which is on PDF page 31, internally numbered page 29.
Yes, sorry.
Which is the indicative accounts table.
This is the pitch finder table.
No, this is CD 3.1. And this should be on page 29 and is effectively the income and expenditure table.
On my own reports, beg your pardon.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you have that?
I think it's our report, and it's paragraph 5 point.
It's just but just above 515.
Okay, got it. Sorry to delay.
That's all right. Now that indicated an anticipated first-year deficit of about 13,000, with surpluses thereafter, taking account of, among other things, sinking fund. So that's already been taken account of,
Yep.
of about 6,000, perhaps rising to 7,000 or whatever in subsequent years.
Yeah.
Now, you were asked who would pick up the deficit, and you said it would be whoever was the responsible operator.
Yep.
Who picks up the surplus?
Well, it depends on the nature of the operation. If Sky Blues in the community were the operator, that would be invested in its other programmes. If a council is the operator, it tends to disappear into council central budgets. If there's a leisure operator, that tends to be swallowed up by them pending the specific arrangements they have with the owner of the pitch.
So if you are the operator, you may take the deficit in the first year, but you would be the recipient of the surplus in the subsequent years.
Yes, and we only model a deficit because it's a build-up year. Quite often, if the background research and work has been done well by the time the pitch is installed, the programme of use is pretty solid.
Now, you were, to a degree, pressed upon the sensitivity of that exercise and whether or not it was realistic or not.
Yeah.
In your view, is it realistic, and from what base does it spring?
Well, it's realistic because A, it's a sort of fairly standard process for us assessing the feasibility of these sort of venues. B, we've in effect constructed the process by which the Football Foundation does that with Grant Thornton. And thirdly, having spoken to a colleague last night, it also is consistent with the company that runs the FA Parklife sites. It's consistent with the process applied to this by the Football Foundation and Grant Thornton, which is the one we helped to construct. And it's benchmarked against other active sites.
Has that Football Foundation Grant Thornton structure, together with the enumeration of the sort that is generated by it, has that been found to be reliable or unreliable?
Yeah, it's very reliable. Hence its continued use.
Thank you very much. For a moment. Turning on to the questions asked by my learned friend Mr. Humphreys, and he took you to CD 15.5.3, and it's the PDF page 17 of 65.
Sorry, CD 16 point...
Sorry, 15.5.3.
15.5. Okay, sorry, which page?
It should be 17 of 65.
Okay. Right. This is the letter.
It's a letter. And you were asked, in context of the needs of Coventry Bees to be at Brandon, you indicated you had no basis to take a different view to that which was being opined by Mr. Horton. You were asked about various elements on food, drink, sponsorship, merchandise and tickets, and whether that would be successful. But you said if the business is successful. So far as you're aware, was the business successful as far as Brandon was concerned?
Well, as far as I'm aware, I've had the accountant's note. Other than that, I've no opinion.
Indeed. So far as... Just going to find where that... Yeah, need to go to CD 18, sorry, I beg your pardon, CD 10.18.
Okay.
Do you have that?
Do now.
And it'll be page 23 of 64 in the PDF within that, which is the Appendix 1.
Yeah.
Do you have that?
I have.
What that was looking at was, effectively, it's the second paragraph. In the years when greyhound racing was run, the company made considerable losses.
Yeah.
In all other years, i.e. only speed car and stock car racing conducted by the company has made a profit. Is there any indication as to the magnitude of that profit and the extent to which that profit would be sustainable as a going concern?
None whatsoever.
Thank you. You were quizzed regarding Mr. Morris's evidence.
Yep.
Does Mr. Morris provide any evidence of attendance, revenues, spectators?
No.
Now, you were also asked, based upon Mr. Morris's evidence, about Warner Brothers and its investment. Do you have a copy of Mr. Morris's evidence, which is CD 16.4.2?
Okay.
It's page 4 of the PDF, and it's paragraph 18 and following.
Okay.
We're told in paragraph 18 about the €100 million investment over 10 years in World Speedway.
Yeah.
Over which, if any, countries do you understand World Speedway operates?
I don't know. It'll be a substantial number. A lot in Eastern Europe and Scandinavia. I don't know.
Is there anything within those figures that indicates how much money would be directed to the maintenance of any particular stadium?
No.
For the purposes of evaluating whether or not a sport has a particularly viable or non-viable future, is it of material help in being able to understand whether the sport itself has that future?
Not in my opinion, no.
And why, in your opinion, wouldn't it have a particular value for the purposes of being able to assess the ongoing viability of the sport?
Because it's simply a figure. We don't know what the level of, there's some indication as to the level of investment in the UK, but we don't know in what form that will arrive, when it will arrive. It's spread over 10 years. We don't know what the weighting of that in different years will be. We don't know what the dependence on the performance of the British setup will be in the context of maintaining investment in the UK and so on.
Just remind you to try and...
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. If I can take you back, please, to CD 3.2. Now, this was in context of a number of criticisms made arising out of CD 1020. I don't think we need to go to that, though if you do need to, then we can default to that in due course. And essentially it was some criticisms of data sets contained in your table 4.2, which is PDF page 14 of 23, and I think it is page 12 of the hard copy.
Yep.
And there were some criticisms in respect of the numbers of teams, that were identified within that table, and whether or not all of those teams were operating. So, for instance, for 2006, from 43 to 33. You were asked to look at some of the matters that were identified by reference to its predecessor report, CD 258. We don't need to go to that, because in context of the same page, paragraph 413, which follows the table, you indicate a decline from 2016 to 2023 of 27%. Does that still persist, in your view, as a continuing problem?
Well, yes, it does. There are simply, the sport is contracting. It's contracted by a quarter over that period.
You were also taken to your table 3.1, which is on PDF page 10, hard copy page 8.
Yep.
And there was criticism of 2 years, the year 2000, and whether there had been a miscounting of the number of fixtures, perhaps to inflate them, and also 2013. Otherwise than looking at the fixtures identified and taking account of any of the matters that might be the subject of correction and revision, in your view, does that show a different trend to that which you have referred to?
No. The trend is still down.
Similarly, with regard to stock car racing, there were, and this is, I think, in context of your paragraph 5.5, about the number of fixtures. And again, you were subject to challenge and correction by reference to Mr. Carter's evidence and the matter set out in CD 1020. Your view, please. Does that alter the assessment that you have made?
It doesn't alter the trend assessment, no.
Thank you. Mr. Eadie, thank you very much. Mum, thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Goatley. So I think you can be excused now, Mr. Eadie. You'll be pleased to know. Right, I believe before we finish today, we have a request by a councillor to speak before us. Yes, good afternoon to you. If you'd like to, you can either stay there or you can come to the front. It's entirely up to you, but please use the microphone and just introduce yourself, please, to me so I know who you are and I can make a note of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am John Slinger. I'm a councillor for New Bilton Ward in this borough. I should declare that I was on the planning committee at the time of the decision that we're talking about today. So my statement, if I may, with your permission, go ahead.
Is it in writing, councillor? Is your statement available in writing?
It isn't, but I can send it.
No,
I can send it if you like.
No, if it's not, it's just, if it's available in writing, then it would save everyone's hand. If it's not available, that's fine.
Fine.
Appreciate that we're taking some notes of what you're going to say, so you don't need to rush.
That's great.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you. You have my hair, which is not necessarily an advantage. Great. Okay, so thank you. So I'm speaking to represent the views of the Labour group on Rugby Borough Council. I just want to get across that in my view, in our view, it's what we're dealing with here is a balance of interests, different interests, and I offer these reflections with a political hat on, of course. The community interest, local, borough and national, the sports interest and fans' interests, and of course the owner and developers' interests. Looking at the local interest, the local community was, according to the feedback, 93-6 objecting to this proposal. As many will have heard, you'll have heard repeatedly, the Borough Council has met its housing obligations and has a 5-year housing allocation. So there is no particular need for the community to have more homes here. The 3G pitch issue that's been much discussed, I don't believe is an urgent need for this community, for the local community, or indeed for the borough. And this development is within the green belt. At the borough level, thinking of the borough's interests, there's an issue here that we feel very strongly about as councillors, of the pride of our borough, pride in the assets that we have as a community. And one of those assets was, and hopefully will be again, this stadium. We believe strongly in protecting the cultural heritage. It's very easy to allow this to decline, even to physically disintegrate, and it's much harder to rebuild. At the national level, of course, these sports facilities are also important for this particular sport. Looking at the sports interest and the fans' interest, well, I think that stands, doesn't really need to be repeated. It's an obvious interest that they have in maintaining or resurrecting this very important stadium within their sport. Turning to the developer's interest, it's of course perfectly legitimate for any developer to seek to maximise their commercial interests with any land or property that they own, and I don't dispute that for a second, within the law and within the rules and within the PF. However, it's my belief, and it's our belief in the Labour group, that the other interests that I referred to trump those. I don't know whether this microphone is actually working, but it is good. It's our view that those other interests do trump the developer's interest in this particular case. And I want to draw attention to the notice of motion that my colleague on the Conservative benches put before the Council in December that received unanimous support. I want to draw attention to the fact that our MP, Mark Pawsey, opposes the development, as do a group of MPs from all parties, as do the parish councils, as do most residents, as I have outlined, and as do people from all around the world. So I wanted merely to put that on record, the position of the Labour group. We strongly believe in protecting cultural and sporting assets, ensuring that they remain viable going into the future, and we'll do all we can within the rules, of course, to support the campaign of Save Coventry Speedway and others to hopefully achieve that outcome. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Slinger. That's very helpful. Just have a community and political perspective there. Mr. Goatley, is there anything you wish to ask at all?
No, thank you very much.
I didn't think you would. Right, okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Slinger, anyway, for coming to see us this afternoon, and thank you for waiting as well. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Okay, so we've come to the end of today's session, and there's just a few sort of round-up matters just to finish off with before we break. We're just having a late lunch today, obviously. So first of all, I just want to have a look at the suggested revised programme for next week, which I have had the opportunity to review. And thank you for all parties for putting this together for me. It's been incredibly helpful. Just a couple of points to raise. Am I right in thinking that some of the timings have been revised from the original estimates.
Yes, a couple of them have been.
Right.
I've slimmed down one of my estimates, but my learned friend Mr. Humphreys has filled the void.
Well, there is
Only
flexibility,
by-
clearly. It depends on the evidence and,
Yeah, only-
and the answers given.
Yeah, yes. I think mine's increased by a quarter of an hour for Mr. Hooper. I'd rather err on that. I don't think it's dramatic otherwise.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to query that, because otherwise the programme could have potentially slip day by day,
Yeah.
that's all.
But, Madam, just to say, crucial, as you know, when we're trying to give estimates of time, what we have to try and factor in is how long does it take a witness or any of us, including advocates, to find the document,
Absolutely.
give the reference, then the witness to hopefully answer the question, give... these are all things.
I know.
And
it depends on the answer given, whether you need to follow up with a further question as
Exactly.
well. Yeah, exactly.
So-
I'm not being critical. I'm
No.
just, I'm just trying to understand.
I think overall, but just looking back, it's quite useful to look back.
Yeah.
I think overall the timings have come out.
I think you're doing quite well, yes, this
Thank
week
you.
so far. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I certainly wasn't trying to be critical. I was just trying to make sure that we have enough time allocated, that's all. One thing in particular that struck me was on Thursday the 28th, the first session there, Mr. Osborne, initially evidence in chief was an hour, and now we're down to half an hour. Is that correct?
Yes, but mea culpa, I've got 9:30 to 10 o'clock.
Exactly, which is half an hour. That's what I mean, sorry, it's half an hour there, but it says an hour,
Yeah,
so
no,
half an
that's-
hour short.
That is my error.
Okay, that's fine. Well, we have an early finish anyway that day, so
We
it
do.
doesn't really matter if it drags further into the day.
No.
So it can be resolved anyway. But I just wanted to check whether that was a conscious alteration.
Madam, may I also just mention, on Wednesday, the fourth one down, Mr. Rees, we've simply put that in. At the moment, he's still not well,
Right.
but we've just made provision in case he can come.
No, that's absolutely fine. Yes, I
Yeah.
appreciate that. We're hoping he can attend, but
Ma'am, I made the observation to my learned friend, Mr. Richards, and I don't think I made it to Mr. Humphreys. Mr. Rees clearly should not be put under any pressure to attend if he's unwell. That's not desirable for him or doubtless for anyone else. But particularly, I have him in mind for this. There are clearly alternatives available, one of which is he may give evidence by teams,
True.
because we have that set up. The alternative to that is that his evidence is his written evidence, which stands in there. So it seems to me that there's a combination of factors. But in putting those forward, I wouldn't wish it to be thought that I'm suggesting there should be any pressure on him, because if he's unwell, and I understand this particular variant is actually played very badly with a lot of people.
yeah, no, that can be agreed, I'm sure.
Oh,
We'll
yes.
just address the situation next week when we know further information, and we'll see, do we need to address other options? That's fine. I note that the round table for conditions and obligations has been split, which is absolutely fine. There's no problem with that.
That was my idea for two reasons. One was to make get some further use of Wednesday afternoon.
Absolutely, yeah.
But secondly, when you've read the NHS submission, you'll realise why I've split it.
I'll take your word for it, but it's very easy to split those two. They are quite discrete matters
Yeah.
anyway, so it is easy to do.
You've got the SIL compliance
Yes.
document that explains our position. It also explains that it was reviewed immediately after a High Court judgment in a Worcestershire NHS
Yes.
Trust case, which was only given in July.
Right.
Now, you don't have the judgment
No,
yet.
that's true.
Have you been given any sort of briefing about that case? Do PINs circulate notes after important
PINS
cases
does,
like that?
but it just depends on the case and how relevant it is to the work we're doing. I'm sure, as you can appreciate, our knowledge people can't necessarily give us briefings on everything.
No,
It
that's
depends
fine.
what they feel is most relevant to us.
I'll send you a copy of the judgment.
Okay. Does that, it would be better if that was in the the core documents?
Yeah.
As
We'll upload
publicly
it.
available, yeah.
I was in it, so I know
Okay,
quite
fair
a lot
enough.
about the
So
course.
I'm sure you can assist us then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad to say for the successful party.
Okay, I didn't ask that. Okay, fair enough. I won't comment. Okay, right. Yeah. Apart from that, I'm content with that programme. I'm sure that's something we can work with, and I have no issues with closing submissions done virtually on the Friday. Just to say that as we are live on YouTube, that will also need to be publicly addressed.
Yes, I'm getting some notes about that. I may have more news for you next week. But
Is there potentially an issue with it, or it can be
No.
achieved, put it that way?
As long as it's either an in-person meeting or a Teams meeting, the live streaming is fine. It's
Right.
it's hybrid
Okay.
that we have.
it's half and half, but we're not proposing to go half and half, are we?
No. The only other comment I will make is that it is the responsibility of the local authority to host that Teams meeting. So what you will need to do is to send the link through to all of the parties who are going to take part in that session. And in terms of myself, just send the link through to the case officer and then I'll pick it up that way. Okay. Right. Anything further from anybody else before we close today? No? Good. We all want our lunch, I can tell. Okay then. So thank you very much, everybody. I will draw today's session to a close. And as per our draft programme here, we will come back on Tuesday, starting at 9:30, please. The affordable housing statement, is that available on paper or electronically?
It's gone to pins. It's on the website as a core document.
That's fine,
And
I'll
a
pick it
hard
up.
copy is about to be
That's fine.
given to you.
You can pass that through to me, no problem. Can I just ask that this programme is updated and put on the website as well for others to view? Okay. All right then, so thank you very much, everybody, and safe journey back to wherever you're going, and have a good weekend.